Hello, everyone, and welcome back to another episode, or should I say, another live stream watch along on the Dibbly-Dobbly podcast as we live stream the second innings of the first ODI between Australia and New Zealand. It's great to be back, and it's shaping up to be a great contest developing here between Australia and New Zealand, the first of 3 ODIs to be played here in Cairns at the Cazalys Stadium. Now, Australia, they were able to keep New Zealand to 9 for 232 from their 50 overs. And Australia will be pretty pleased about their efforts in the field today with the ball. They've come back firing after the defeat to Zimbabwe. So it's going to be an interesting match here. And it's going to be an exciting match, that's for sure. Raj, hello. Hope you're well. Thanks for joining us. And we're moments away from the start of the Australian innings. And it's going to be a very important innings for Aaron Finch in his one-day career. Pretty much, if he doesn't score runs, then it could be the end of Aaron Finch's career as a one-day cricketer for Australia. Raj says, I feel like John Locke from Lost Talking. You also say, Raj, that Australia are winning this easily. Yeah, Raj, 232, you'll have to say, for New Zealand. At one stage, they were looking probably to get 250. They've just stumbled. There wasn't really much momentum in the innings at all from New Zealand today. They really stumbled, getting used to conditions, different ground, different pitch. They haven't played much here in Cairns. And let's quickly summarize what has happened thus far. Before we do that, we'll get to your comment here, Raj. You say Aaron Finch will be stressed out until the 2023 World Cup. Well, he's already stressed at the moment, Raj. He's not scoring runs. He's out of touch. He's out of form. His record against New Zealand isn't great. He's averaging 17 against New Zealand. So if Aaron Finch needs to score some runs, probably New Zealand ain't the best team to do that. His record overall is not great, but not that far away from the start of the run chase. Raj, you also say, I think he has enough credits for him to be tagged along then. He will retire. Yeah, he will most likely retire probably at the end of this T20 World Cup for T20s, and then for the 50-over stuff, probably after the World Cup next year. So you also say, Raj, in T20s, he scored a few 40s and 50s, right? Yeah, he's been a bit of hit or miss in T20s as well. He scored 40s. I think he's scored 1 half century, I think. So we shall see what happens in this run chase. But a quick summary for those who may have not catched the first innings. New Zealand will restrict it to 9 for 232 from their 50 overs. It was good stuff from the Australian bowlers. Obviously, looking to perform well after the disappointment against Zimbabwe. So as I said, New Zealand 9 for 232 from their 50 overs. We'll have a look at the wickets to fall. Martin Guptill was the first wicket to fall. He went for 6, caught by Maxwell, bowled by Stark. Then it was Devon Conway. He got out for 46, LBW to Zampa. The third wicket was Kane Williamson. He got out for 45, caught Warner, bowled Maxwell for the third wicket. The fourth wicket was Daryl Mitchell. He was gone for 26, caught Smith, bowled Maxwell. Tom Latham was next to go. He went for 43, caught Zampa, bowled Maxwell. Then it was Michael Bracewell who went for 7, caught Smith, bowled Maxwell. Then Jimmy Neesham soon went after that. He went for 16, caught Carey, bowled Hazelwood. And then it was Matt Henry. He went for 4, caught Stark, bowled Hazelwood. And Mitchell Satner was the last wicket to fall. He went for 13, caught Carey, bowled Hazelwood. The Australian bowlers, as I said, they bowled pretty well in this one-dayer today against New Zealand. Mitchell Stark, 1 for 43 from his 9 overs. Josh Hazelwood, 3 for 31 from his 10. Adam Zampa, 1 for 38 from his 10. Glenn Maxwell was the pick of the Australian bowlers. He got 4 for 52, his best figures in one-day cricket in his 10 overs. Cameron Green had none for 33 from his 5, and Marcus Stoinis none for 25 from his 6. So Australia need 233 runs to win. You'll have to say that that could be achievable. We shall see what happens. Not much cricket's been played here in Cairns over the years. So understandable that New Zealand were a bit conservative up front, but that did come back to hurt them as we progressed towards the back end of the innings, and they weren't able to accelerate, losing too many wickets and pretty much not really aggressive throughout the whole innings. So that's a quick summary of what's happened thus far. A reminder of the teams. Australia, they made one change from the game against Zimbabwe in the last game. Obviously, Marnus Labuschagne coming in for Ashton Agar. So Finch, Warner Smith, Labuschagne, Carey, Stoinis, Maxwell, Green, Stark, Hazelwood and Zampa for New Zealand. They had Guptill, Conway, Williamson, Latham, Mitchell, Bracewell, Neesham, Satner, Henry, Ferguson and Bolt. So those are the teams that both teams have selected today. So we're about to get this run chase underway. It's going to be David Warner and Aaron Finch walking out to the middle. And we're all in readiness for this run chase. We'll get to the comments. Here, Raj says, the T20 game has changed a lot, where strike rate is gaining more and more importance than your average. Scoring 30 of 18 and getting out is more acceptable than 55 of 40. Finch can make it, yes. Let's hope he can. Yes, to say Raj, for ODIs, I am not sure about Finch. Yes, he needs some runs. And that's the thing with Aaron Finch today. He needs some runs. He is under pressure. So, Aaron Finch, David Warner out there in the middle. We're moments away from this run chase. Going to be Trent Boult to bowl the first over. Always reliable for New Zealand. He's got a big job for New Zealand to do here if New Zealand are to get some early wickets here. Not going to be easy for the opening batsmen, Warner and Finch, but they'll be looking to get in, get set, and hopefully they can chase down the runs. So here we go. Trent Boult, first ball of the first over of the run chase. He's bowling to Warner, he bowls, and Warner leaves this outside the off stump, and there is no run to begin the Australian run chase. So a good start from both teams. From Australia, watchful early on. Trent Boult, can he get the first breakthrough for New Zealand? So Boult runs up, bowls, and a tight leave from David Warner. This one nearly hitting the off stump, but in the end, it was a good leave from David Warner, and no damage done. So Australia looking to be watchful early on and looking to get in and get set to conditions here in Cairns. It's a new venue for both teams. Boult bowls and Warner leaves this outside the off stump again. There is no run. Good start from Trent Boult, right on the money as always. David Warner watchful. And Australia looking to bounce back after that disappointing last game against Zimbabwe. It was a bit of a shock to the system for everyone. But good on Zimbabwe for winning. And it was a well-deserved victory in the end. Thanks for joining us, everyone. I hope you would enjoy. Sit back, relax. We're going to have some fun talking about cricket and watching this first ODI between Australia and New Zealand from Cairns. Boult bowls and Warner leaves this outside the off stump again. There is no run. We'll get to some of your comments after this over. We've got 2 balls left, so we'll get to the comments. People have been commenting. But once again, thanks for joining us. As I said, we're going to have some fun. Got any questions? Put them in the chat. I'll be more than happy to answer it as we watch this first ODI between Australia and New Zealand from Cairns at the Cazalys Stadium, which is in the north of Queensland. And Boult bowls to Warner. Sorry there, my stream just froze there, so it was a dot ball in the end there. There we go. So a dot ball there. So good start from Trent Boult here. Asking questions from David Warner. David Warner's been watchable. Boult bowls, and Warner, for the first time of the over, gets a bit of bat on this, defends it. Backward of Square on the offside for a dot ball. That's the end of the over. It's none for none after one. We'll update the score here. So good start from New Zealand. It was disappointing with the bat, you have to say. They would have liked a lot more runs. So for Australia, if they can get a partnership going here, one good partnership, I think, can get the job done for Australia. Raj, you say Bolt's getting some swing. Yes, he's getting some shape. That's good. You've got to use that new ball well in these first few overs. Hello, thanks for joining us. Thank you for joining us. I hope you're enjoying the stream. Raj, you say being a CSK fan, it hurts a bit more. You were referring to this comment here, Raj. One of my favourite cricketers to watch retired today. Suresh Raina retired from international and domestic cricket. He is open to playing T20 leagues around the world, though. Oh, is he? That's news to me about Suresh Raina. As Matt Henry bowls to Aaron Finch. And Finch gets a bit of bat on this behind square on the leg side for a single, and just waiting to see what the call is. It's a leg bye. So Aaron Finch not off the mark yet. Hello, Asjad. Thanks for watching a bit here, Asjad. I hope you're well. Thanks for tuning in. So what do we think, everyone? Can Australia chase down 233? Can they do it? We shall find out. Matt Henry. Bowling to Warner. New Zealand need wickets. Henry bowls. And Warner plays and misses this outside the off stump. And no damage done. No outside edge from David Warner. Played the line. He didn't go searching for it. That's the key. Thank you, Asjad. Appreciate those kind words. Thank you so much. And keep up the good work as well, Asjad. You do some great work there with the channel. Hello, Shrina. Thanks for joining us as Henry bowls to Warner. Warner pushes this through the offside and there's no run. So we have a poll up in the chat. Can they chase it down, Australia? Can they chase down 233? New Zealand would be disappointed with their performance with the bat today. It was sort of stop-start, a lack of momentum, and a lack of aggression, really, from New Zealand. It didn't really get going at all. Australia bowled really well. Henry bowls to Warner. Warner hits this through point, and it's going to race away to the boundary for four. The first boundary for Australia, and Warner's off the mark. And first boundary for Australia. Now, no worries, Asjad. Make sure you go over to Cricket for Us 2.0. Subscribe to Asjad. He's been on the podcast before. We've had many conversations together. Check out those videos on our channel. And Henry bowls to Warner. Warner hits this behind square on the offside for no run. So New Zealand, early wickets. That's what they need now, early wickets, New Zealand. That's the only way they're going to challenge Australia in this match. I feel like 233 is not going to be enough. They should have needed around about 250 or something like that. Henry bowls to Warner. Warner works this to cover, and there's no run again. And that's the end of the over. It's none for 5 after 2. We'll update the score here. And Australia going along nicely at the moment. First 2 overs have been pretty watchful. David Warner hitting the first boundary in that over. So a reminder of where this game and this series is going to be played at. It's in Cairns, which is in Queensland. That's in North Queensland. So that's where these 3 games will be played. And it's good to see some games back in the top end of Australia, certainly in the Northern Territory. And Queensland used to have those test matches and ODIs back in the day in the early 2000s. Cricket Australia experimented with having test matches and one-dayers in winter. Certainly like what they're doing this summer. So it's good to see. Good crowd in Cairns as well. Good to see so many people watching the cricket. That's the main thing. Good to see people watching and supporting both teams. Trent Boult back into the attack. He bowls to Finch. Finch pushes for a quick single on the offside. He dives and he makes his ground. And that's going to go for overthrows. So that's a bonus for Aaron Finch. He needs every run he can get. So he gets 4 runs for that. He hit it through the offside. New Zealand went for the overthrow all the way to the boundary, and Finch gets some runs. Have a look at the replay. Finch pushed this to the offside for a quick single. He dived, he made his ground, and then the overthrow from Mitchell Satner there. No one was backing up from New Zealand and gave away 4 runs. So that will help Australia in the run chase. And certainly it will help Aaron Finch's, try and get that pressure off his back because he needs runs. But he got 5 runs there. So that's good. Warner on strike to Bolt, and Warner hits this through for a quick single through the leg side for 1. And it's a good start from Australia, none for 11. That overthrow has certainly helped things here. Raj says, are the regular famous grounds occupied, or is it like an obligatory match that needs to be played at certain grounds? Well, Raj, obviously Cricket Australia wanted to try something different this summer. And also during this time, the other grounds like the MCG, Adelaide Oval and all that, they're all occupied because as Bolt bowls to Finch, and Finch gets the bat back down on this, defends back down the pitch for no run. Obviously, it's AFL season, so that's like Australian rules football. So most of the main grounds in Australia are occupied, the main cricket grounds, obviously. So that's why we're playing in Townsville and Cairns at the start of the summer. It's not even summer yet. It's quite an early start to the Australian summer. But that's why they're playing in Townsville and Cairns. And they've played in Cairns before, obviously. Sri Lanka and Bangladesh have played some internationals there, some test matches and ODIs. Bolt bowls to Finch, and he's given. Yes, he's gone. Aaron Finch is gone. Oh, dear, to quote Bill Lorry. And Aaron Finch reviews this. It looked pretty good. LBW right in front of the stumps. He's reviewed it. And Aaron Finch cannot take a trick at the moment. Good delivery from Bolt. You know Aaron Finch has some problems with that front pad. Did he get a bit of bat on this? That's the question. Aaron Finch, let's have a look. It's a fair delivery from Trent Bolt. He's well behind that popping crease. Aaron Finch, nervous times for him. He's pretty much playing for his one-day career here. Let's have a look. Now then, is it missing leg stump? That could be the question. I don't think he's hit it. I can understand why the umpire gave it. It looked pretty good. Having a look at hotspot now. Can't see anything there. Aaron Finch looks comfortable. He doesn't look concerned. He thinks this is probably missing the leg stump. Could be clipping at best. Let's have a look. Oh, he hit it. Oh, yeah. Good decision from Aaron Finch. He's absolutely hit that. There's a spot on hotspot there, I believe. Well, the ball's definitely hit his pad, but has it hit the bat? Now then, no. Looks like there's no bat involved there, I don't think. Let's have a look. Now then, is this going to miss the stumps? No, it's not. It's hitting. He's gone. And Aaron Finch's bad form continues. He is gone early. And Aaron Finch is on his way. And that is not a good start for Australia. It's not a good start for Aaron Finch. And I'm sad to say it, that this could be the end of Aaron Finch as a one-day player at the moment. His bad form continues. That is not good. And he's on his way. And we have a look again. It was a good delivery from Bolt. Left arm over the wicket, trying to swing it back down the line to the right-hander. He did. He got it to pitch in line, and it was hitting the stumps. And it was crashing the top of middle stump. Aaron Finch thought, well, it probably was going to go down the leg side. It didn't. He didn't get any bat on it. And unfortunately for Aaron Finch, more pressure on the Australian captain. This could be the end of his one-day career at the moment. Well, Aaron Finch has gone for 5. New Zealand have struck first wicket for them. Steve Smith arrives at the crease, but Aaron Finch, his bad form continues. In the words of Bill Lawry, dear, oh dear, oh dear. And it's not looking good. So Trent Boult has struck early for New Zealand. He will bowl to Smith. He runs up, he bowls, and Smith defends this back down the pitch, and there's no run. Trent Boult getting some movement here. And Australia off to an okay start. Would have been nice to keep wickets in hand here, obviously, but Aaron Finch departing early for 5. That's not a good move. Well, actually, it's not a good thing for Australia. Obviously, he needs runs. He can't afford to keep getting out this way, but he has. Boult bowls to Smith, and Smith defends this on the offside for no run to end the over. It's the end of the over. It's 1 for 11. And we'll update the score. It's 1 for 11 after 3. And Australia, Aaron Finch. Let us know, people in the chat, is this the end of Aaron Finch as a one-day player for Australia? He's got out cheaply again. LBW, we know he's had some problems with the ball coming back in. He played all around that one and dead in front. And no hesitation from the umpire to give that out. And Trent Boult knew it as well. He reviewed it in hope, Aaron Finch. He burnt a review as well. And Australia only had one review left. Raj, you say, are the regular famous grounds occupied? Sorry, I've already answered that comment, sorry. Henry bowls to Warner, and Warner works this through the point region for a couple of runs. Nearly went to the boundary for 4, but they'll come back for 3. Good running. And David Warner going about his business. Carrying on from the last game against Zimbabwe, where he batted well in that match, where the rest of the Australian batsmen failed. Just having a look to see if it did touch the rope here. Trent Boult, pretty close. Just making sure he hasn't made any contact with his back foot there as he touched the ball. Yep, that's okay. He saved one run there in the end, Trent Boult. So 3 runs in the end there. So Henry to Smith, yet to get off the mark. He's faced 2 balls. Henry bowls. And Smith works this to the leg side, but the fielder at square leg cuts it off, and there's no run. Finch says, Raj, you say, the footy thing, but they can't be occupying all the cricket grounds, right? There are 5, 6 big grounds available. Yeah, they are, Raj, but you got to remember there's various domestic football leagues on at the moment. So they have their own competitions. So they usually play at the major grounds as well. So that's why they're not. That's why they're being occupied. Henry bowls to Smith, and Smith defends this. There's no run. Obviously, it's footy season still. It's August, September. It's still footy season. So here in Australia, so that's why the main grounds are not occupied. Being occupied, I should say. That's why they're playing in Townsville and Cairns, which I think it's not a bad thing. I think it's good to promote the game in regional areas in Australia, and that's what they're doing. Cricket Australia. Henry bowls to Smith. This is uppish from Smith. He'll guide this down to third man for a single. And Raj, you say they don't make their own grounds. Well, pretty much the major grounds are pretty much their home grounds, really. In the AFL competition, the major grounds, they have a few teams that play at that one ground. Henry bowls to Warner, and Warner hits this back down the ground for 4 with authority for 4 runs. And really asserting his dominance here, David Warner. He said, right, going to put the foot down. I'm just going to put pressure back onto the bowlers, and that's what he's doing. And good shot from David Warner. And we didn't see this enough from New Zealand. And they weren't able to really put the pressure back onto the bowlers. But Australia have certainly done this in the run chase thus far. And David Warner has certainly done that in his innings of 12 at the moment. Henry bowls to Warner, last ball of the over. And Warner tucks this To the leg side, down to mid-on for no run. It's the end of the over. It's 1 for 19. We'll update the score here. 1 for 19 after 4. And Australia going along nicely, I should say. Raj, you say, is this why drop-in pitches are a thing in Australia? Yes, they are. So the Adelaide Oval, the new stadium in Perth, they have drop-in wickets because they have a lot of football games played there. The MCG is the same as well. Whereas the SCG is not a drop-in wicket, or the Gabba. They're all natural wickets. Same in Tasmania as well, and same at the Wacker. Yes, so say Raj, but they are cricket grounds. I think I remember they are famous because they are cricketing grounds. Yeah, they are. They are cricketing grounds, but they play football on those grounds as well, AFL, in Australia. So Bolt bowls to Smith, and Smith gets squared up here by Bolt. He appeals Bolt. But the umpire says not out, and there's no run. Well, thank you so much, everyone, for joining us. We're going to have some fun for the next few hours of this Australian run chase. Australia have started well, but Aaron Finch, his bad form continues. And just having a look at Aaron Finch, obviously the pressure mounting on him. A lot of people will question his spot here. Bolt bowls to Smith, and Smith drives, and there's a play and a miss. In the end, no outside edge, no edge at all from Smith. He's fine. And there's no run. Raj, you say, I think this is about Aaron Finch. I don't think so. He'll probably score a 50 in the upcoming 2 games, and that will allow him to be in the team, I think. Yes, his record against New Zealand isn't great either, Aaron Finch. He was averaging 17.2 before this match and before this dismissal. That's gone down. Bolt bowls to Smith, and he's bowled him. Oh, he's knocked him over. And that is the end of Smith, and Trent Bolt is doing the damage for New Zealand. Oh, what a delivery. And New Zealand have got Australia 2 down for 19. It's all happening. As Bill Laurie would say, it's all happening here in Cairns. It was an inside edge there from Smith, I believe, onto the stumps. And Trent Bolt getting this new Kookaburra ball to swing. That is the end of Smith. He's got to go for 1. And Australia are 2 down for 19. It's been a good start from from New Zealand, I should say. As Marnus Labuschagne makes his way out to the crease. Have a look at this delivery. Bolt trying to bring this one back in. Smith went for the shot. Got the outside edge, shaking his head straight away. And it clean bowled him. And New Zealand, no, that's a big wicket, and it is a big wicket. So, New Zealand. They have their towels up. Marnus Labuschagne in the side today. He's replacing Ashton Agar. That was the only change that Australia made to the team today. So, Marnus Labuschagne needs a partnership here with David Warner. Australia 2 for 19, chasing 233, which you have to say was a bit of a low total from New Zealand. Didn't quite get going in their innings at all, New Zealand. They lost wickets at the wrong time. But Trent Bolt has certainly given them something to smile about now. And Australia on the back foot slightly here. But if Australia can build a partnership here, Warner and Labuschagne, then you think, well, if they can get together, form a partnership, then they're pretty much on their way to chasing the runs. Here we go. Bolt to Labuschagne, and Labuschagne defends this through the offside for no run. 2 for 19, Australia. 2 balls left of the 5th over. Trent Bolt's got 2 for 6. This is what he can do, Trent Bolt. If there's a bit of swing and a bit of movement in the air, he can exploit that. And Smith tried to drive that through the offside and got the inside edge onto the stumps. And he's shaking his head, Steve Smith, as always, when he gets out. He's not happy. And the sing bales went flying under the lights here in Cairns. Bolt bowls to Labuschagne, and Labuschagne defends this back down the pitch, and there's no run. We got 1 ball left in the over. Just having a look at the Steve Smith dismissal. This one just playing away from his body, got the inside edge, back onto the stumps. Trent Boult's pretty happy about that. So 1 ball left in the over. So Marnus Labuschagne. Can he survive this last ball of the over? Can Boult pick up another wicket? He bowls to Labuschagne, and Labuschagne defends. And there's no run to win the over. It's the end of the over. It's 2 for 19. We'll update the score. 2 for 19 after 5. And Australia have lost a couple of wickets. Aaron Finch, which is no surprise, I don't think, for anyone, that Aaron Finch got out early again, this time for 5, LBW to Boult. And then Steve Smith was the second wicket, got out. Bowled by Trent Boult for 1. So Australia have lost a couple of wickets in the run chase. New Zealand, it's very important for them to keep the pressure on Australia. If they don't, then Australia should be able to get over the line and get these runs. But they've given themselves a chance, New Zealand, after a very mediocre batting display, you have to say, from New Zealand. 233, they've given themselves a chance here. Henry bowls to Warner. Warner defends back down the pitch, and there's no run. He's 12 off 16, David Warner. Marnus is yet to get off the mark. He's none from 3. 233 for Australia to win and to go 1-0 up in this series. Best of 3 games in the series, all played here in Cairns. So Henry gets ready to bowl again to Warner. He bowls, and Warner hits him over mid-wicket. All the way, I think it is. Yes, it is, for a maximum. And that was a good shot from David Warner, really putting the pressure back on the New Zealand bowlers now. And that was a good shot. Was able just to hit this over, down to the deep mid-wicket boundary, over the rope for 6. And that's a good shot from David Warner there. So David Warner picking up where he left off against Zimbabwe in that last game when he got 90-odd. He's certainly doing a good job here for Australia. Henry bowls, and Warner guides this through point, and it's knocked down by the fielder at backward point for a single. Good stop there. If he didn't stop that, that would have been a boundary. But good start to the over for Australia. 7 runs, a dot, a 6, and a single. So that's good as a batsman. You want to hit the boundary, then get a single, or a 2 if you can. Raj says for New Zealand to have any chance, they need Warner right now. Yes, Warner's definitely the danger man for them. But it's good to see Marnus Labuschagne back in the side, really. I think he's a better option to have at number 4 than Alex Carey. I think Alex Carey was batting too high. So it's a good thing that Australia brought him in today. You need Marnus in this sort of situation. He can do what Steve Smith does, be that sort of anchor. Henry bowls to Labuschagne. Labuschagne leaves this outside the off stump, and there's no run. So Australia, 2 for 26. Matt Henry, none for 19 from his 2.4 overs. He's been expensive. It'd be interesting to see what New Zealand do after Trent Boult's finished his initial spell. You probably think Lockie Ferguson would come on. The only question I have for New Zealand, we'll come back to that. Henry bowls to Labuschagne. Labuschagne gets trapped on the pads. There's an appeal from Henry. Pull rifle. The umpire says not out. And Labuschagne survives. It'd be interesting for New Zealand when they do turn to their spinners and Satner and probably Bracewell. He does bowl a few part-time overs of spin. Be interesting to see if they can really tie the pressure on Australia. Obviously, Henry bowls to Labuschagne. Labuschagne works this to the man at mid-wicket, and there's no run. And that's the end of the over. It's 2 for 26 after 6. And Australia is starting to get a partnership established here with Warner and Labuschagne. We'll have a look at the replay here. Aaron Finch facing Trent Boult. The setup from Boult was good. Challenging Aaron Finch in that front pad and getting that ball to swing back into the right-hander. And he did it well, Trent Boult. Well, Aaron Finch, watching on, he's looking kind of disappointed about his performance today. The pressure will be mounting on him, that's for sure. And his record in ODIs this year, 9 matches, 148 runs, averaging 16. Aaron Finch, that's not good at all. Bolt bowls to Warner, and Warner hits this to Kane Williamson. Mid off for no run. Trent Boult, 2 for 6. He's definitely the strike bowler for New Zealand. As I was saying before, it'll be interesting to see what New Zealand do after Bolt's initial spell. Obviously, they'll turn to Ferguson, of course. Matt Henry's been a bit expensive thus far. And it'll be interesting to see how Mitchell Satner goes about it when he bowls. Obviously, New Zealand lack that quality spinner like Australia have with Adam Zampa, as Bolt bowls to Warner, and Warner defends this, and there's no run. Be interesting to see how they go there in terms of their spin options, if they can control it in the middle overs or whenever Mitchell Satner does come on to bowl. But Trent Boult's given them a good start. 2 for 6 for him from his 3.2 overs. 2 for 26 for Australia. 6.2 overs have been bowled thus far. Boult bowls to Warner, and Warner hits this to the man at point, and there's no run. So definitely Warner, the key, minus Labuschagne, the key as well, to build a partnership and get Australia back on track after those 2 early wickets. But that happens, and as a batting group, you just have to adapt, be a bit more watchful, be disciplined. And I think that's what Australia need to do, especially from the last game against Zimbabwe, to be a bit more disciplined, bat time, be patient. Boult bowls to Warner, and Warner works this again to point, and there's no run. And that's what Australia need to do. They would have learnt a lot from that last game against Zimbabwe, Australia. It was a poor batting performance. They would have gone away from that, learnt, reflected as a group. And that's what they need to do now, Warner and Labuschagne. Bat time, build a partnership. We've seen that the pitch is not easy to score. It's not easy to come in and just be aggressive from the get-go. You've got to take your time. That's what happened to the New Zealand batsmen. They found it a bit difficult to force the pace at times and sort of fell away in their innings when they batted New Zealand. But Australia bowled well. Boult bowls to Warner, and Warner works this to mid-wicket for a quick single to end the over. Good running there from Warner, and that's the end of the over. It's 2 for 27. It's 2 for 27 after 7. 3 overs remaining of the first power play. Australia need 233 to win after they kept New Zealand to 9 for 232 from their 50 overs. Thank you, everyone, for joining us for this watch-along. And Boult bowls to Labuschagne, and he's gone. Oh, Labuschagne has gone for a duck. He's got 3 for 7 now, Boult. Has Labuschagne reviewed it? I don't think he is reviewing it. I think he's walking off. He is. He said, nope, I'm not going to waste the review there. And Trent Boult, the destroyer, is doing the job for New Zealand. Australia, they're in some trouble now. Let's have a look. Oh, yes. It trapped Labuschagne on the pads. And Trent Boult said, yep, I think he's gone there. And he is. So Labuschagne on his way. Australia lose another wicket. Labuschagne gone for a duck. Australia 3 for 27. What is going on for Australia? Well, Australia 3 for 27. Chasing 233. It looks pretty good now for New Zealand, getting that 233. Trent Boult doing the damage, getting the ball to swing. That's what he can do, Trent Boult. He's got rid of Warner. He's got rid of Finch, Smith, and now Labuschagne. All 3 big wickets for Australia. Hello, Renell. Good to have you here. Good morning to you. Yes, hello, Renell. Thank you. Thanks for joining us. And everything's happening here in Cairns. In the words of Bill Laurie, it's all happening here in Cairns. And that one trapped Marnus right in front of the stumps. And no doubt about that, he didn't want to review that walking off. So Australia 3 down for 27 in the first 7 overs. They've really put the pressure on here, New Zealand, all being Trent Boult. But can they sustain this, New Zealand? Marcus Stoinis arrives at the crease. He needs to score some runs. His spot in this team is not certain. Big opportunity for Marcus Stoinis not to throw it away today and to get in and get set and get a partnership going. I would like to see him bat a lot smarter. But you've got to say it's been good bowling from the Kiwis as Matt Henry continues to Warner. And Warner hits this back down the pitch, looking for a single, but there was no run. Williamson does the fielding. Yes, Rennell, yes, 3 big wickets. Finch, well, not so much Aaron Finch, obviously. He's been out of touch. Wasn't really expected to last long, Aaron Finch, but he got out first, and then it was Smith, Labuschagne. So Warner and Stoinis have a lot of work to do for Australia. Henry bowls to Warner, and Warner pulls Matt Henry straight down the fielder's throat at square leg. Unbelievable. What has he done? He's hit it straight down deep square leg's throat. David Warner's picked out the man, and Australia are 4 for 28. What is going on? I can't believe it, and I'm stunned. He picked out the man, and he hit it straight down Michael Bracewell's throat. What is going on? Australia are on the ropes. The batting woes continue. They're 4 for 27. Not a good start from Australia. You have to say it's been pretty... Well, I can't believe what's happened. David Warner's hit straight down the man's throat at deep square leg. I cannot believe what has happened. What is going on? What is going on? Alex Carey's the new batsman at the crease. Partnership required for Australia here. I think everyone's a bit stunned. I don't know what's going on. David Warner hit that so well, but he picked out Michael Bracewell at deep square leg. What is he doing? Well, there's some good deliveries that New Zealand are bold, and New Zealand, you have to say, are on top right now in this match. And Australia are on the ropes against the Kiwis here in Cairns. What's going on? Oh, dear, oh, dear, oh, dear. As Bill Laurie would say, dear, oh, dear, oh, dear. And David Warner is absolutely disappointed with himself. And Australia, 4 for 27. Alex Carey, perfect opportunity for him and Marcus Stoinis to get Australia out of a bit of a hole. They're 4 for 27. Matt Henry strikes. He bowls to Carey, and Carey leaves this outside the off stump for no run. What is going on? There's absolute carnage here in Cairns. We've seen some good bowling from Trent Boult. And I said David Warner, poor shot selection there. The man was out there at deep square leg, but he hit it straight down his throat. He should have really hit that a lot harder and probably over his head in the end, but he'll be disappointed. Henry bowls to Carey. Carey leaves outside the off stump again. There's no run. Well, Australia in trouble. 4 down for 27. You have to say New Zealand are firm favourites now. And Australia, the consistency with their batting and their top order is quite vulnerable. If the ball's moving around a bit, they can be susceptible. And that's what's happened here. As an Australian fan, I can tell you I'm not happy at the moment. But if you're a New Zealand supporter, you'll be over the moon. Henry bowls to Carey, and this is left outside the off stump. There's no run. Raj, Australia have Glenn Maxwell. Well, I'm a bit worried at the moment, Raj, because it's not great when you're 4 down for 27. I would rather Australia, have wickets in hand. There should have been none for 27, really, not 4 down. Anyway, that happens. Henry bowls to Carey. Carey works this on his pads through square leg for a couple, and he's off the mark. And that's the end of the 8th over. It's 4 for 29 after 8. 4 for 29 after 8. That's quite alarming for Australia. So Aaron Finch, Steve Smith, and Marnus Labuschagne and David Warner are the 4 wickets to fall thus far. 3 of them to Trent Boult with some good swing bowling. He's got the ball to move. And Matt Henry got rid of David Warner for the last wicket. And Warner just picked out the man really there. It's probably knew as soon as he hit it. Yep, I've hit it straight down the man's throat at deep square leg. Trent Boult, he's going to keep going here. Kane Williamson said, right, I'm just going to keep you going here. He bowls to Stoinis, and Stoinis pulls him behind square on the leg side, down to find leg for a single. Marcus Stoinis is off the mark. Australia need a rebuild, a partnership. I want to see Alex Carey, Marcus Stoinis here, not throw away this opportunity. These 2 batsmen are severely under pressure. I just want to see them bat smart, and that's often the case with Marcus Stoinis at times. It can be a bit frustrating. Not really doing the smart things with his batting. Get in, get set, weather the storm. Boult can't bowl forever. They've got to turn to the other bowlers. They've got Lockie Ferguson in the shed. You know, he's pretty good. But then they have to go to the spinners, New Zealand. And for me, New Zealand lack that quality spinner. I know they've got Mitchell Satner, but Australia just need to weather this storm. They just need to see off Boult. He bowls to Carey. Carey hits this to mid-off, and there's no run. Hello, Gaming Crab. Hope you're well. No problems, Gaming Crab. You're not late. We've only been streaming for around about 40 minutes or so, so welcome. You're not late at all. Was playing cricket 22. Well, it's good to have you here, Gaming Crab. Boult bowls to Carey. Carey drives to Williamson, a wide mid-off, and there's no run. Australia 4 for 30. In a bit of trouble here. But as I was saying, I want to see Carey and Stoinis really grab this opportunity now. Take it with both hands, bat smartly. Australia need 4 runs and over. The recurrent run rate's 3 and over, but wickets will be the problem for Australia now. They've lost 4 early wickets. That will put you under pressure as a batting side. But you can come back in one-day cricket. This is the beauty about one-day cricket, is that you can come back. You've got plenty of time to do that and come back. Gaming Crab, yes, Marnus is playing today. He was out there in the middle, but he's now out. So he didn't last long, Marnus. Got out LBW to Boult for a duck. Boult bowls to Carey, and Carey drives this past mid-on down the ground for 4. And a much-needed boundary for all the Australians. And a good shot from Alex Carey. And hopefully that will boost his confidence. A partnership required for the Australians here. Australia, they've still got Glenn Maxwell and Cameron Green to come. But Alex Carey and Marcus Stoinis, they need to do the bulk of the work now. If they can weather the storm, see Trent Boult off, he's the danger man, then New Zealand will need to have to go to their other options. Boult bowls to Carey. Carey hits this to the man at mid-on, and there's no run. Raj Rowett, you say this is a full-fledged Australian batting side, right? The team is not really looking to fill any spot with any other batsman. Well, no. With the batsmen they've got, it's a pretty good batting lineup, obviously. You probably have to question about Aaron Finch's spot in the side. But, Australia's still got some batting to come, but they need Stoinis and Carey to get a partnership here. As Boult bowls to Carey, and Carey drives to Williamson at wide bit off again. And there's no run. That's the end of the over. It's 4:34 after 9. Last over of the power play coming up. And New Zealand would be very happy with their work. And Australia, yet again, a bit vulnerable with the top order in terms of that swing. And that's the problem that this Australian batting lineup has, is that vulnerability with the swing or any movement in the air. I'm not surprised, really, with that. So Trent Boult, will Kane Williamson give him another over? I think if I was him, yes, you've got Australia 4 down for 34. You might as well keep going. Gaming Crab says the thing is run rate's not a problem for Australia. They just need to play till over number 30, hopefully without any wickets. Yep, that's a good point there, Gaming Crab. They need to do that and be responsible and bat smart, Australia. This is what they didn't do against Zimbabwe. And already we're seeing that again tonight. Henry bowls to Stoinis, and Stoinis Hits this to the man at backward point for a quick single. And Alex Carey would be on strike for the next ball. So interesting to see what New Zealand do. Obviously, Kane Williamson, does he continue with Trent Boult? I think he does. I think bowl him for another over, then probably, if he doesn't get a wicket or a breakthrough, then probably save him and then go to Lockie Ferguson maybe. Henry bowls to Carey. And Carey flashes this outside the off stump, gets an outside edge down to third man for a single. Score moves on to 4 for 37. Raj Rowett says, is Mitchell Marsh a good replacement for Finch, or will they look for a hitter to go on top like Inglis or Philippi? Well, yeah, I'm not sure about that. I'll try and think about that. After this ball, Henry bowls to Stornis, and Stornis defends on the offside for no run. That's an interesting question, that, Raj. Certainly Mitchell Marsh, Marcus Stornis, and Cameron Green are certainly the all-rounders to fill that last all-rounder spot, because if Pat Cummins comes back to the side, which he will, you can't play, Green or Stornis. Someone's going to miss out for Cummins. Henry bowls to Stornis, and Stornis works this to the offside for no run. You've got Travis Head as well, who can definitely be that option to open the batting if Aaron Finch does get dropped after this series. You've got Ben McDermott as well, so there's still some options there for Australia. So Matt Henry bowls to Stornis, and Stornis, this one passes the outside edge and there's no run. And good delivery from Matt Henry there. This one just held its line. Stornis went searching for this one outside the off stump. And this is the thing with Marcus Stornis. Got squared up as well. The thing with Marcus Stornis here, I would like to see him bat a little bit more with responsibility here. We know what he can do. We've seen what he can do in T20 cricket in the Big Bash for the Stars. Henry bowls to Stornis, and Stornis hits this on the back foot through the offside. And he'll pick up a couple to end the 10th over. It's the end of the over. It's 4 for 38 after 10. Still plenty of time for Australia to come back and rebuild the innings here. That's the beauty about one-day cricket. You can certainly come back. If this was T20 cricket, it would have been a lot harder to try and come back after losing 4 early wickets in the power play. Gaming Crab says, I think the best player for top order are Khawaja or Travis Head or Darcy Short for Finch. Yeah, I don't think they'll go to Usman Khawaja, Gaming Crab. I don't think he's been considered. Mainly so for Test cricket now for Khawaja. But we've got so many options that Australia can ask for. Raj, you say, can Stornis go on top then? Open with Warner? You can play both Green and Stornis. Yeah, I heard the commentators early today, Raj, during the New Zealand innings, they were talking about Aaron Finch, and they were talking about either Stornis or one of the all-rounders go up the order and bat and open the batting with Aaron Finch. That is a possibility. He has opened for the Melbourne Stars in T20 cricket, but one-day cricket opening the batting is a lot different than T20 cricket, obviously. So we'll have to wait and see what the selectors do there. But there's so many options Australia can do. But at the moment, if I had to choose an all-rounder, either Green, Stornis, or Marsh, I'll probably go with Cameron Green, just because he can offer a lot more with the bat and the ball. And, he's the future. He's young, and he's got a lot of potential, but that's just my opinion. So a change in the bowling for New Zealand. Trent Boult's out of the attack. Kane Williamson said, right, I'm going to save him. I'm going to bowl Mitchell Satner now. He bowls to Carey. Carey works this to the leg side for a single. This is where I feel like Australia can put New Zealand under pressure here. Obviously, Mitchell Satner's not a bad spinner, but I don't think he's a good spinner like Adam Zampa. And this is where Australia can force New Zealand on the back foot here. Even though Australia have lost 4 wickets, they're on the back foot themselves. But I feel like with the spinners, I feel like this is a chance for Australia just to knock it into the gaps, rotate the strike, build the partnership, and put some pressure on New Zealand and go after Mitchell Santner if they can. So this is the thing with New Zealand. They've got a pretty good pace attack up front, but it's the other options that come behind them. Can they do the job? Mitchell Santner, be interesting to see what he can do. Santner bowls to Stoinis, and Stoinis hits this through the covers for a single. That's good batting there. Rotate the strike. Run rate's not a problem for Australia. It's just the wickets, but they need partnership. If Carey and Stoinis can have a big partnership here, then I think Australia definitely a good chance to chase down the runs. An opportunity to come back here if they can. Raj, your comment here. I mean, nobody is a born opener. Look at Rohit Sharma. He was out of the middle order. With Green in the team, Stoinis doesn't need to bowl 10 overs and can open the batting like Watson. Yeah, he can. Yeah, that's right. Rohit Sharma was a middle order player. Then he turned into an opener. You can definitely change positions and definitely become a specialist in different positions in the batting order. Santner bowls to Carey. Carey plays a reverse sweep. And it goes behind the keeper. And Bracewell cuts it off. There was an appeal for LBW, but it was turned down. And let's have a look here on the replay. No, that was clearly missing. And some leg buys there for Australia. They'll take those. They'll take every run they can get at the moment, Australia. 442, a couple of leg buys. So Mitchell Santner bowls to Carey. Carey sweeps through square leg for a single. And we know what Alex Carey's going to do here. He's going to play the sweep, reverse sweep quite a lot, be proactive, make Kane Williamson think about the field placements, play with the field. And that was a good sweep from Carey. Swept that in front of his body, behind square on the leg side. Thank you, Raj. Thanks for joining us. Hope to see you soon. Santner bowls to Stoinis, and Stoinis hits this to the out of cover, and there's a dot ball to finish the over. End of the over, it's 4 for 43 after 11. So a good over there from Australia, just trying to get some runs back here. They've stumbled a little bit here with the early wickets. But you know with New Zealand, they're always a good side. They're always going to be competitive and challenge their opponents, and that's what they've done here. Sadly, under lights, a bit of movement for Trent Boult, and he's exploit that. Gaming Crab, you say, need a proper opener in one-day cricket. In my opinion, going all-rounder heavy is not the best option. I hope that Marnus might perform, but even if he got out, Australia need to find a batsman for top 4. Yeah, I agree with that, Gaming Crab. I agree with what you said there. As Henry bowls to Carey, and Carey dabs this to the offside for no run. I definitely agree with that. I think Australia went all-rounder heavy in this series against Zimbabwe because without Pat Cummins obviously in the side. But if Pat Cummins returns to the side, which he will, then they've got to get rid of those all-rounders. You can't play, two of them in the same team if Cummins comes back, obviously. So as Henry bowls to Carey, and Carey hits this to backward point for no run. Gaming Crab, you say a batsman who will not get out quickly no matter what. That might help a lot to Australia. Yeah, it will. You expect that from your openers. You want them to see off the new ball and get through the tough period. Unfortunately, at the moment for Australia, Warner's doing that, but not so much Aaron Finch. As Henry bowls to Carey, Carey works this to the leg side through mid-wicket for a quick single, and that's good batting, rotating the strike. So Australia going along nicely since they've lost the wicket of Labuschagne, just trying to establish a partnership, rebuild the innings, try to consolidate, and try and come back in this match. And I would like to see Carey and Stoinis, as I mentioned before, and I've mentioned when I reviewed the Zimbabwe series recently, they need to take their opportunities. And this is a perfect opportunity. You've got to make it count. You can win a game here for Australia from nowhere. As Henry bowls to Stoinis, Stoinis drives this to mid-off, and there's no run. So it's a perfect opportunity for Stoinis and Carey to really knuckle down and really bat smart and sensibly. I hate it when batsmen don't bat smart. It really drives me crazy where batsmen don't really do the basics well or bat smart. But Carey and Stoinis, they know what to do, and that's to form a partnership if they can. Get Australia back on track. Henry bowls to Stoinis. Stoinis works us to the offside, and there's no run. So 4 for 44 for Australia. We're into the second power play. Overs 11 to 40. You can have 4 men outside the circle. I think New Zealand would like to keep some attacking fielders inside the inner circle to put pressure on Australia, not push the field back. Keep the pressure on them. Oh, he's bowled him! What a delivery from Matt Henry. Marcus Stoinis has gone. An absolute ripper. And that is the end of Stoinis. And New Zealand are well on top now. 5 for 44 for Australia. It's gone from bad to worse. And for New Zealand, they haven't had much success in one-day cricket in Australia. They haven't won an ODI in Australia since 2009. Could tonight be the night in Cairns? I think it may. Stoinis is gone. He's gone for 5. It's 5 for 44 after 12 overs. Is that the end of Australia right there? 5 for 44 at the end of 12 overs. Cameron Green arrives at the crease. You know what Cameron Green can do. He needs a partnership here with Alex Carey. Australia in deep trouble. 5 for 44 after 12. Rennell says, wow, that was a good ball. Yes, it was, Rennell. That was a very good ball from Matt Henry. He's a very good bowler, underrated. Matt Henry, often in the light of Trent Boult and Tim Southey for New Zealand, but he's very good. And New Zealand, as I mentioned, they have not won an ODI match in Australia since the 2009 series in Australia, and they drew that series 2-2 with Australia at the time. Cameron Green, new batsman at the crease. Mitchell Sattner to continue. Sorry, I thought it was a change of the bowling there. Yes, it was, Rennell. 2009. It's the last time they've won an ODI match in Australia, New Zealand. So New Zealand have not had great success in Australia. They've always struggled to win games in one-day cricket in Australia. But they're looking good at the moment to break the drought. Sattner bowls to Carey. Carey hits this back down the pitch to Sattner. There's no run. Australia need a partnership here. And it's got to be Alex Carey with Cameron Green. Can they get Australia out of a bit of a pickle? You'll say New Zealand well on top in this match now. Sattner bowls to Carey. Carey defends back down the pitch. There's no run. Gaming Crab, you say, I think neither Marshall Stoinis are good choices against new ball. I can see them open in 20 overs cricket, but to play in one-day cricket, honestly, don't have a chance. I can see Stoinis, maybe not Marsh. Yep. Sattner bowls to Carey, and Carey works this behind square on the leg side for a single. Well, 5 for 45. I was not expecting that from Australia. Wickets are the key here for New Zealand. And the only way that New Zealand were going to win this game was to take wickets earlier up front. And that's what they've done here. They've really put Australia on the back foot, and they've really bowled well. We know what New Zealand are like. They're a quality team. They're always going to be at you. They're going to be challenging you. And that's what they're doing to Australia. So Cameron Green, opportunity for him to get some runs. Partnership with Carey's required. And Cameron Green faces Sattner, and Green works us to mid-on, and there's no run. Hello, Han. Hope you're well. Thanks for joining us. Rennell says, was not expecting 5 wickets to fall early. Yes, I wasn't either. Well, if the ball moves around a bit, Australia's top order, they're a bit vulnerable. So, I'm not really surprised if they've lost these wickets here. And that's the end of the over. Single to finish. It's the end of the over. It's 5 for 46. We'll update the score. 5 for 46 after 13. Not good for Australia. If you're an Australian supporter like myself, you'll be quite disappointed at this batting performance again. I thought Australia would have learnt from the last game against Zimbabwe. But you got to give credit to New Zealand that bowled well. Trent Bolt's bowled well up front. He really has. He's got the new ball to swing. Under lights. So, Matt Henry, 2 for 26 from his 6 overs. He's going to be bowling to Green. He runs up, he bowls, and Green glides us down to third man for a single. And that's good batting from Green. Pick it in the gaps. Han, thanks for your question. Do you think Zimbabwe are good or Australia are playing really bad? To be honest, Han, that last game, Australia just had a poor batting performance, and you would expect Australia to win against Zimbabwe 3-0. But I think in the way Henry bowls to Carey and Carey works is behind square on the offside for a single down for a man. Australia just had a bad day with the bat, and they're sort of having a bad day here with the bat as well. It's just doing the basics right, I think. Zimbabwe bowled well. The pitch did a bit. It was difficult to score. It wasn't that quick. Australia, they're just inconsistent at times with their batting. It's so frustrating. And it's frustrating me because, I'm sitting here saying, well, you got to do the basics right. You got to take your time and get in and be watchful and do all those things. But they're not doing that at the moment, Australia. Tonight, some of the wickets have fallen to good balls. I think David Warner's the only one that played a shot that he shouldn't have played, straight to the man at deep square leg. But got to give credit to New Zealand. They're a good side, they're a good bowling attack. As Henry bowls to Green, and Green squirts this through point on the offside for a couple of runs. And that's what Australia need to do. The 50 comes up for Australia. So thanks for your question, Han. There's still a big gap between the two sides in Zimbabwe and Australia. But, obviously the quality is quite significant in terms of Zimbabwe and Australia. But, it's good for Zimbabwe that they won, really. We're giving them belief that, if we play the way we did against Australia, we can win against most sides, especially the top-ranked nations, if we try and be competitive and make a fight of it. But that happens in the game. You have upsets, and I think people were a bit overreactive of that because that's what you want to see in cricket. You want to see lower-ranked teams like Zimbabwe, Bangladesh win against the top teams. And Zimbabwe nearly won against India in that last game of the series there. So I don't mind it. Australia would be disappointed, but, it's just the way it goes, really. So Henry bowls to Carey, and Carey hits this to Williamson and wide mid-off to end the over. It's the end of the over. It's 5 for 51 after 14. So 5 for 51. Can Australia get something back here? Can they get some momentum here? Because that's what they need to do, Australia. They just need to knuckle down here and just get something going here. Hans says, in my opinion, Smith needs to be dropped to red ball only. I think in T20 cricket, he's not best suited for T20 cricket, Steve Smith. More so one-day cricket and obviously Test cricket. But, he's still going to be a part of the T20 World Cup squad later on this year because he's named in the squad. I would like to see Smith play more one-day cricket and Test cricket. Maybe towards the back end of his career, he'll probably decide to give up a format. Obviously, as we see now, cricket going into that direction. With the schedule and players' workloads and management and all that stuff. So he'll make that decision in due course, really. as Michael Bracewell comes into the attack. He bowls to Green. Green works him onto the leg side for a mid-wicket for a single. Hahn says he has not been the same player since the Archer bouncer in 2000. Yeah, he hasn't. And that really shook him up, really. Usually when you're a batsman, you get hit like that, you're never quite the same. So he hasn't been the same, Steve Smith. Maybe he's just getting fatigued. You know, he uses a lot of energy, really, even when he's not batting. You know, he doesn't really sleep all that much in between test matches or during a day's play or during the days of a test match. He doesn't sleep well. So he's using a lot of energy and he's getting fatigued and tired and obviously not playing those long innings that we associate with Steve Smith, probably back in that 2019 Ashes. Also during that, period in, 2013, 14, 15, 16, 17 period. He hasn't been quite the same. As Bracewell bowls to Carey, and Carey hits this to fielder Guptill in the covers for a dot ball. So hopefully Steve Smith can score some runs this test summer. The West Indies and South Africa are coming out, so hopefully he can score some runs. He's going to be a very key batsman for Australia and India come that tour next year. As Bracewell bowls to Carey, and Carey defends this. Sorry, works this through point for a quick single. He dives. It was a direct hit, but I think he's made his ground. I think everyone's quite confident he's made his ground. And Carey just knocking the stumps back into the ground there. Doesn't look worried. Gaming Crab says, I don't think so. In ODIs, Smith has the highest average for an Australian batsman. He has an average of 60 still after 2019 World Cup. Also good strike rate. Just the last match and this match were bad. Yep. As we have a look at the run out there from New Zealand to Carey. Carey, yep, he's got that bat grounded behind the line. And this should be not out. Han, you say, do you reckon any of the Aussies who played in the 100 have a good chance of breaking into the T20 side? Well, maybe. I'm just thinking, who are the Aussies to play in the 100? Maybe you can tell me, Han. My mind's all over the place of late. As Carey gets a thickish outside edge down to the third man boundary for 4. Much needed boundary for Australia. Yeah, I think so. I think they've, any of the Aussies who played in the 100. Just trying to think. Yeah, I think you'll say they'll have a chance. I think the selectors will keep an eye out on those players who participated in the 100. They've selected Tim David for the Australian T20 side, and he hasn't played any, domestic cricket in Australia, like state cricket, and he's been selected purely on his T20 performances in leagues. That's the end of the over. It's a dot ball to finish, and Australia just trying to build a partnership, trying to get back on track here. So maybe the selectors will say, well, what's the 100? Maybe we're not too concerned about the 100. Obviously, it's a new format as well. Maybe they won't take any notice of how the players perform in the 100. More so in IPL or any other T20 leagues, Han. So we'll see, if they do consider them. But, they'll definitely think about those players who participated, but probably won't judge them off their 100 performance, more so on their other performances like IPL and that. So, but Josh Inglis played in the 100 as well, and he had a pretty good 100 last year for the London Spirit, and he got selected for Australia. So they did consider him for selection there. But Josh Inglis had been playing well long before that 100 tournament last year for WA and for the Perth Scorchers. So he's one that they've already considered and selected for Australia, who did play in the 100, but it was more of his form previous to that. Yeah, Sean Abbott and Ben McDermott. Well, they're both. Well, Sean Abbott's in the one-day side in this series against New Zealand. Ben McDermott wasn't selected, but he's often considered a potential successor to open the batting with Aaron Finch. He's probably going to be competing with Travis Head there. Yeah, Riley Meredith and Hilton Cartwright. Yeah. We shall see if they get more opportunities for Australia in the future. But definitely the selectors are keeping an eye out, that's for sure. As Lockie Ferguson's in the attack, he bowls to Green, and Green pushes this through the covers for a quick single. And him and Carey just starting to get used to the surface, get the timing of the pitch here. I don't see Daniel Sams getting the call anytime soon. Yeah, he played in the 100, didn't he, for the Trent Rockets, and they won the title, didn't they, Han? So, Daniel Sams, he's been a bit inconsistent. He did well for the Sydney Thunder in the Big Bash for a couple of seasons. When he played for Australia, he did okay. He just hasn't been consistent, but he's been doing well obviously in other leagues around the world. As Ferguson bowls Carey works this in mid-wicket for a quick single. So we shall see if they do make that call on Daniel Sams in the future. To say, Han, that Sams is a good batter and fielder, but his bowling can be very expensive. Yeah, he's probably more of a batter than a bowler, Sams. He can hit it. He can be a finisher. He can accelerate the innings in T20 cricket, but his bowling can be expensive at times, that's for sure, which has let him down on some occasions. As Ferguson bowls to Green, Green defends this solidly. Good defence there from Green. There's a dot ball. Got a lot of promise, Cameron Green. I like seeing him in this side. He offers a lot to this Australian team. And if Australia have to make a choice either between him, Stoinis, or Mitchell Marsh, I'm probably going with Cameron Green based on Marcus Stoinis' form at the moment. And he hasn't really done well. Just adds so much to this side, Cameron Green. Opportunity for him here to score some runs. Faces Ferguson. It's the thickest outside edge. Down to third man for a single to end the over. It's the end of the over. It's 5 for 59 after 16. Australia crawling back steadily. That's what you've got to do. And I think the players are going to take drinks as well. So the players have taken drinks. Gives me an opportunity to answer the questions that people have got in the chat. Han, you say Sam's got really good, really nasty sledging in the 100 final. He looked a bit shaken. Phil Sott got an official warning for it. Really, Han? Well, I'm not surprised. Obviously, I think sledging's just a waste of time, even though it was invented in Australia, obviously. And I did read one of Richie Benner's book, and he talked about how it came about back in the day. When the word sledging came to be. But obviously, I think it's a waste of time. Obviously, keep your mouth quiet and shut and let your cricket do the talking, Banter's okay. If it's a bit of banter, then that's fine, if it doesn't cross the line. But abuse and all that should not be tolerated in any form of cricket or in any sport, really. It's just not on. So you must have got fined there by the match referee, Han, for that... that nasty sledge that Phil Salt gave to Sams, obviously, and rightly so, obviously, if it does breach the code of conduct. So drinks at the moment. Australia 5 down 59 at drinks. Gaming Crab says, do you remember the almost 200-run partnership between Maxi and Carey against England in 2020? That was amazing. Yes, I do, Gaming Crab. I remember watching that game in the early hours of the morning. I thought Australia were gone after England scored 300. But to see Maxwell and Carey, at that partnership, it was pretty good and got Australia over the line. So hopefully Carey can play an innings of that caliber tonight, because Australia definitely need him and Glenn Maxwell to score some runs if they are going to win this game today. Yes, to say Gaming Crab, how many players from the current 11 do you think actually deserve a spot in the ODI side, meaning they are strong ODI players? Number one's Aaron Finch. A lot of people are saying he should not be in the side. Obviously, reading what people have been saying about him. Most Australian fans are quite fed up, frustrated with the selectors. He reminds me of an Owen Morgan type situation here, Aaron Finch. He's in the side for his captaincy, not so much for his batting. And I think it will come to Aaron Finch sometime, maybe after the series against New Zealand, that, like it did with Owen Morgan in the Netherlands, when he got out for those 2 ducks, it hit him between the eyes and he said, that's it. I think it will probably happen with Aaron Finch. He's 36, he's 37, I think, next month or something. When you're at that age, it's very hard to come back into form when you're out of form, and certainly in a form slump. It's not easy to come back. So he's probably one at the moment that does not deserve his spot on the side, but he's in the side because he's captain. Other players I can think of, Marcus Stoinis is probably in trouble. If Pat Cummins comes back, then Australia can't have him or Cameron Green in the same side, as Bracewell bowls to Green and Green works this down the pitch, or down the ground, I should say, to long on for a single. He's had a bit of a form slump himself. He hasn't really scored a half century for a while. He's only scored 1 century. I remember that. That was in New Zealand, in Auckland, when he got that 140 odd and Australia lost the match. He nearly got Australia over the line in that game. It's Bracewell bowls to Carey. Carey defends this onto the offside and there's no run. So he's probably another one that doesn't deserve his spot at the moment based on his numbers. I think everyone else, their spot is justified. As Bracewell bowls to Carey, this wraps Carey onto the pads. There's no run. Gaming Crab, you say Finch is actually 33, I think. I think he averages as much as Warner, but strike rate is lower 80s, while Warner strikes at 90s. Yeah. But with Aaron Finch, time is running out. And as we saw today, it was ugly again. Trapped in front, one coming back in from Bolt with the angle. You just knew it was going to happen because he's had that problem for so long. As Bracewell bowls to Carey. Carey plays the reverse sweep behind, square on the leg side, down to deep point for a single. And we expect that from Alex Carey. He's going to play those reverse sweeps, especially off to the spinners. As Bracewell bowls to Green. Green advances down the pitch. Hits this down to long off for a single. Good batting from Green. Good rotation of strike. It's the end of the over. It's 5 for 62. It's 5 for 62 after 17. Australia just clawing their way back. Partnership's given them some hope. Yeah, at this stage, they're close together on comparison with New Zealand. But the wickets are the problem for Australia. Han, you say, do you see a surprise Aussie call-up like Chris Rogers playing in county cricket, totally off the radar anytime soon? Could be. I don't know. I don't know of any players at the moment, Han. I think the selectors have got some players in mind that they want to keep looking out for, certainly in Australia. I know Henry Hunt, who bats for South Australia, has been pretty good. He's been scoring runs for South Australia last Sheffield Shield season. Not too many I know of, but we shall see what happens. Obviously, when Warner does retire from Test cricket, you got to think about he's going to be in the next couple of openers. You got Will Pekoski as Ferguson bowls to Carey, and this is beaten Carey, all ends up. Cut him in half. Nearly got the inside edge, but no damage done, and there's no run. You've got Will Pekoski, but he's got those concussion problems. But he's coming back to play cricket. Who else? We've had so many openers over the years. Obviously, David Warner's been the constant opener that they've had in the Test side for so many years. We've tried Ed Cowan, we tried Philip Hughes, we tried Shane Watson. Matt Renshaw's open, Will Pekoski. That's a bit Kawaja now, so it'd be interesting to see who they go for. Han, you say Cricket Australia seem to have all their eggs in the Pekoski basket, and there is no chance he makes it now. Well, yeah, they do, but he's got those concussion problems. If he gets hit again, he's already had 10 or so now. You know, I think he's just going to be a one-cap wonder, maybe, which is a shame because he's got so much potential and talent. Ferguson bowls to Green, and Green gets an inside edge, and it races away to the boundary. Bit of luck here for Australia, and that's a much-needed boundary. And this partnership trying to get Australia back on track now. The runs are not a problem for Australia. It's not like they're chasing 250 or 300, the 233, but the wickets have cost them early on. But Carey and Green seem to be steadying the ship nicely. Ferguson to Green, and Green defends this solidly on the offside for no run. Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see what they do with Pekoski. He wants to play on, but, you know, you got to think about your health first and think about, you know, your long-term health, really. Yes, to say, if I'm a fast bowler and Pekoski's in the Aussie team, I am giving him bounces. So for his own sake, he won't be picked. Yeah, I agree with that, Han. You're going to target that because, you know, he's vulnerable with a short ball, and he does get hit on the helmet quite a lot. As Ferguson bowls to Green, Green works this to the offside for a single to end the over. That's the end of the over. And Australia just starting to build the innings, starting to rebuild the innings. 569 after 18. So just having a look at the lowest totals for Australia against New Zealand and ODIs. The lowest one was back in 1986 in Adelaide. That was 70 all out. The second best was 124 in the SCG in 1983. And Wellington, 126 all out, 1993. And that Eden Park game in Auckland, 148 all out in 2016. So those are the lowest totals that Australia have made against New Zealand and ODIs. Bracewell bowls to Green, and Green defends this. There's no run. And Bracewell bowls to Green, and Green defends this back down the pitch for no run. Yeah, so definitely if you're targeting Pekoski, you're definitely targeting him with a short ball. But it'd be interesting, you know, with the players these days with the helmets. Obviously, it's taken the fear factor out of the short ball, obviously, and it's made batsmen a bit lazy when it comes to playing the hook and pull shot. Whereas back in the old days, you didn't wear helmets and you had to really time it well. So players have gotten a bit lazy about that. Han, you say, do you think the BBL and the golden ticket to the IPL has weakened the Sheffield Shield? It probably has, I think. As Bracewell bowls to Green, and Green pulls them over the square leg boundary for a maximum. That's more like it, Cameron Green. Show that aggression. Don't let Bracewell dictate terms. That's good cricket there. It was short as well, and he pulled him over the square leg boundary for 6. What a shot from Cameron Green. This guy can play. Yeah, going back to your question there, Han, good shot there from Green. Much needed 6 for Australia. I believe that's the first 6 or the second 6 of the innings, because maybe I think they want to hit a 6. But that was a good shot. Yeah, it has weakened it. The Sheffield Shield is not the same. Someone asked me this question the other day, actually. Someone messaged me on Instagram and said, why aren't we seeing enough batsmen score 1,000 runs in a Sheffield Shield? It was an interesting question, as Bracewell bowls the Green. Green hits this to long off for a single. Good batting there from Green. Hit the 6, get a single. It's good batting. Why aren't we seeing batsmen score 1,000 runs in the Sheffield Shield? I think it's just down to the generation now. That generation of great players that Australia had in that era of the 90s, early 2000s was just good. And that's a once-in-a-lifetime sort of generation. I think this generation struggle, obviously, technique, pitches. The quality of the Sheffield Shield's diminished. They only play 10 games a season. Some people have said we should play more Shield cricket, and we should, but we only play 10 because Australia's only got 6 states and 6 teams. And we're not seeing that on a consistent basis. So, and obviously, where they play the BBL, they play the Sheffield Shield for the first half of the season, and then they take a break for the BBL up until February, and then you play Shield cricket up until March. And a lot of people say that should be the other way around. Cricket Australia don't listen, and they don't. Let's be honest, cricket boards don't listen to anyone. They feel like, we just do this for the sake of it. As Ferguson bowls to Carey, and Carey defends this for no run. As I was saying, the way that the BBL has impacted on Shield cricket is that, they have a big break for the Big Bash, and there's no Shield cricket. And that's why no one's getting better, and no one's really nailing those spots or really asking the questions to the selectors. And we're not seeing that quality. Yes, I say hard. From what I saw of the last Sheffield Shield, it was all the old faces, the most runs, Khawaja, etc. No new faces pushing for the testing. Yeah, that's exactly right, because that's a good shot there from Carey. That's a boundary. Ferguson just giving some inside edge in the end, really. Carey went for a drive, was an inside edge, went past Latham, the keeper, for 4 runs. Yeah, we're not seeing new faces, really make a claim for selection or really, bang the door down, which is sad in a way. But Cricket Australia really need to look at that. There's been a lot of talk about, I know Greg Chappell's talked about this. I've heard on podcasts that he's done with a lot of people. He's talked about moving the Sheffield Shield and the Big Bash around so we get more of that time. Yes, to say Han, England does the same. County cricket in late spring, T20 and 100 in the summer, then One Day Cup and county in August and September. But yeah, it's because you have so much cricket on, really. And I think it's worse in England, obviously, because you've got the 100 now, you've got 18 counties. Trying to work that all into a summer is very difficult. You have to give up one. And most people don't like the 100 in England, from what I've heard, Han. Obviously, it's all about the scheduling. You got to put the priorities in. You got to set the priorities. But T20 cricket's here to stay. It's going to dominate. Talk about, and it'd be interesting to see what happens in the future. But for Australia, they really need to work out what's the best time to play the Big Bash. I think probably in this time, really. Have it early in the summer, and then you have more Shield cricket. But is that going to happen? Probably not. They haven't really listened. The Big Bash season still goes on too long, starting in December and ending in February. Let's see what happens. Han says, the 100 is hated by traditional fans, but is super popular with kids and families. It takes place in summer holidays and ends just before the schools go back. Yeah, I have seen that. Obviously, a lot of families have attended the games in the 100. I've seen a few 100 games myself. It's just like T20 cricket, really. A bit different, obviously. You have ball, you have sets, different power plays and all that. It's the end of the over. It's 5 for 84 after 20. Yeah, obviously. And it is hated by traditional fans, as you said, Han. But also, I think many people, I heard Nasser Hussain say it was a bit of second season syndrome, really. It wasn't as close as it was, especially the men's game he was referring to. The women's game, it's done wonders for the women's game. I think it's good for the women's game. But a lot of people are saying, is it beneficial for the men's game? That's the question that they're asking. Renell, thanks for joining, Renell. See you again in the near future. Make sure you got to go to class. As Satner bowls to Carey, top edge on that sweep shot from Carey. And he gets away with that. It's a single. Han, you say 100 is also excellent for the women's game. It is genius to have a family-orientated competition in school holidays. Yeah, it is. That's very important to get kids involved in cricket, young people. And the attention spans of young people are quite poor these days. So if they get into the 100, women's cricket, then men's cricket, then they can watch test cricket or other forms of cricket. So it's how we engage people, which is the question. Whenever people think about cricket, they think about test cricket and they think, oh, that's boring. I can tell you it's not boring. It's quite exciting. But it's how we get people engaged with test cricket. Yeah, will be the survival to test cricket in the future. And Satner bowls to Green, and Green works this through mid-wicket for a quick single. He's pushing for 2. He decides against it. Yeah, Han, I did see that. Luke Wood did get a BBL contract based on the 100. I did see that in the draft when I did live stream that the other week. So yeah, it's allowing different players to get those opportunities and other leagues around the world to take notice of these players. And I didn't really hear about Luke Wood. I never really saw him play before. So even I didn't know who he was, but someone told me he was from England and he's done pretty okay. So the last 21 balls, Australia have scored 24 runs at a run rate of 6.86, which is good. They're 5 for 86 at the moment, 21st over being bowled. Obviously, Australia just starting to get back into this innings if they can. Satner to Carey. Carey plays a big shot and it's over the rope for 6. Over deep mid-wicket, over the boundary for a maximum. Down to cow corner for 6. Good shot from Alex Carey. That's more like it. Put the pressure on Bracewell. And this is the thing I was talking about earlier with New Zealand, is when they go to their spinners, obviously not the same quality as Adam Zampa and, Satner and obviously Bracewell, not the same quality as Zampa. And this is where Australia really have to attack them. And that's what Carey did there with that shot for 6. Well done. Over cow corner for 6. Satner bowls and Carey defends the last ball of the over. For a dot ball to the end of the over, it's 5 for 92 after 21. Sorry, my mistake. There's still one ball to go. Miscounted there. So Satner bowls to Carey, last ball of the over, and Carey hits this to mid-off for no runs. So it's now the end of the over. Dot ball, end of the over. It's 5 for 92 after 21. So Australia fighting back. And you need 233 runs to win, but the wickets have been the problem. Han, you say 100 also put an Irish bowler on the map. He bowls 92 miles per hour, 140s in kilometres. Yes, I did see that. Josh Little, he bowled well. He got that 5 didn't he? Yeah. So that's good. It's obviously Paul Sterling. He's been very good when he's played the 100, hasn't he, Han? Scoring runs. He's done pretty well for Ireland over the years, Paul Sterling. It's great to see players from countries like Ireland and all those countries get an opportunity to do well. As Jimmy Neesham comes into the attack, so New Zealand going around their bowlers, Kane Williamson obviously keeping Trent Boult, doesn't want to use him up. He bowled him up front to take those wickets. He did his job. Gaming Crab says, pleasantly surprised that Maxwell took 4 wickets. Let's go, Carey. Yeah, he did. New Zealand didn't really bat well against him, Gaming Crab. So Glenn Maxwell took 4 wickets, his best figures in one-day cricket. So, and the commentators were saying when Glenn Maxwell bowls well, he usually bats well. He gets that confidence in his game. The thing with Glenn Maxwell is he's a bit hit or miss, but, he's a game changer. He took a very good catch at backward point to get rid of Guptill early today. And, he's an X-factor player. And Australia definitely need him to do well in this game tonight if they are going to win. But Green and Carey going about things nicely. Neesham bowls to Green, and it's another top ball. So Neesham to Green. He's 24 not out of 29 balls. Carey 33 of 44. Neesham. He runs up. He bowls to Green, and Green tries to pull him behind square on the leg side for a single. And Carey's on strike for this next ball. Han, you say the problem the ECB had with the T20 Blast was tied to the counties. They wanted a franchise league, and a new format was the only way to legally do it. I think more people watched it, watched the 100 versus T20 Blast. Do you think that's the right way to go, Han? Just a question from me. Do you think they should go down the franchise route, or do you think the counties would be unhappy about that? Because I know the counties are not pleased with everything over there in England. But I think that's where England missed a trick, really, when T20 cricket first started. They never really capitalised on it, like India has, obviously. Different leagues, different competitions, different situations, of course, but they never really capitalised on it, the Blast. But the Blast has been popular. I've heard many people say it's quite good, but obviously did clash with the 100 a bit, and players were missing, especially international players as well. Obviously that didn't help. So it'd be interesting to see what you say on that, Han. Do you think they should go down the franchise league and change it up a bit? That's a good shot there. And it's a boundary there from Green. 3 runs, to Carey. Han, you say the 100 is a franchise league and not tied to the counties. Okay. So purely they just want the 100 to be that franchise league and just keep the status quo with the Blast. So 4 runs off the server. That's far from Neesham. But Green and Carey going along nicely. And they've gotten used to the surface now. They've gotten in, they've got set. We saw that in New Zealand's innings where they really struggled and they really faltered towards the end. New Zealand, they could have got 250 plus. As Neesham gets ready to bowl his last ball to Green, Green flicks him down to fine leg for a cut for just a single. Thinking about the 2, but they just settled in the end to end the over. It's the end of the over. It's 5 for 96 after 22. Take the score here for everyone. Thanks everyone for joining us. You say the Blast is good, but because it's tied to the counties, it is basically the county teams, but with 1 or 2 guest players. Yeah. Obviously, the Blast is quite popular with people. They do prefer the Blast over the 100. People prefer both. But we shall see what happens in the years to come if the 100 and the Blast can keep playing side by side with each other. As Satner bowls to Green, and Green works this to Daryl Mitchell at long on for a single. Good batting there from Green, rotating the strike nicely. So this is the thing with New Zealand with their spinners. This is where Australia can really put the pressure on them. Mitchell Satner's an okay spinner, but I would prefer Adam Zampa over him, given that quality. And Adam Zampa's done well in one-day cricket for many years now. So this is where New Zealand could struggle here. Quite surprised they didn't pick Ish Sodhi in this side. I know he's a leg spinner. He does pretty well. Another dot ball there. This time to Carey. So Alex Carey, his high score against New Zealand, 71. That was in the World Cup match at Lords in 2019, which Australia won that match. As Satner bowls to Carey, Carey works this to log on for a single. 5 for 99. Han, you say it would be the BBL being the Sheffield Shield teams picking their own players, and maybe you get Alex Hales play for New South Wales with the regular Shield players. Yeah, we don't see that enough in Australia, foreign players. Obviously, understandable, you want to keep the homegrown talent, but you see more players playing county cricket than players coming over to Australia to play Shield cricket. I know, obviously, Sigarfield Sobers back in the day, he played for South Australia. Barry Richards from South Africa, who had a short career with South Africa, was a very fine batsman. Would have been good at Test cricket, but obviously what happened there with South Africa, of course. He played for South Australia, had a pretty good record in the Sheffield Shield. He scored 300 in the day once at Perth against WA. But yeah, you don't see that often. You don't see many foreign players come over and play the Sheffield Shield anymore. Obviously, understandable. Times have changed, different. Obviously, you want the homegrown talent to get more opportunities, but over in England's a bit different. You want those international players playing the county circuit, and getting experience over there. So it's the end of the over. It's 5 for 99, and Australia fighting back. We expect that from Australia. They're not going to give up. They're not just going to roll over and give up. Obviously, New Zealand and Australia are two very good sides. Of course, Cameron Green early on in his career, averaging 36 in one-day cricket at the moment. He's averaging 36 in Test cricket as well. Only played the one T20, so he's averaging 2 there. But early days, I should say, in his career, as Neesham bowls to Carey, and Carey works just to backward point for no run. So Australia just steadying the ship. This partnership's just settled things down. The run rate's no issue for Australia. It's only around about 4.99, so around about 5 and over required. The run rate's 4 at the moment, the current run rate. So the run rate's not a problem. It's just the wickets. And this is the thing about one-day cricket. You can come back. If this wasn't a T20 match, it would have been a lot different. Always struggling whenever you lose wickets in the power play up front. It's always hard to come back. And a lot of people discussing about the future of one-day cricket. In Australia, it's always going to be popular as always. Han, you say the 100 mixed county players up. Root plays for Nottingham, not Superchargers, and there are many overseas in the squads. 3 can play. Blasters limited to 2 overseas per squad. Yeah, I have seen that. Obviously, Root playing for the Trent Rockets, and obviously he's from Yorkshire, obviously. So that's good. That's good to see. Mix it up a bit. As Neesham bowls to Carey. Carey hits just the amount of cover, and there's no run. So, as I said, Australia going along nicely after those wickets early on. This partnership's doing a good job, Carey and Green, taking their opportunity. I'd like to see them take this opportunity and do well because they're capable. Obviously, Alex Carey's copped a lot of flack from a lot of people. They think someone else should be the keeper in the side, maybe Josh Inglis or Josh Philippi. Neesham bowls to Carey. Carey works this to the offside for a quick single. And the 100 up for Australia. So 100 up. So only 133 runs to go. 2 balls left of Neesham's over. None for 6 from 1.4 overs. Bowling to Cameron Green. He's on 27. He bowls. Green drives this uppishly. It falls safe to Williamson at mid-off. And there's no run. Gaming Crab, you say Carey's average has gone down from high 30s to 29 or 30, which shows his irregularity. That's the reason for promoting him to 4 against Zimbabwe to get him in the mix of runs. Yeah, obviously in Australia trying different options, but for me personally, I don't like to see Alex Carey bat that high. He's best suited down the order as a finisher. I know he's batted as Neesham bowls to Green. Green pulls this down to fine leg for a single to end the over. It's the end of the over. It's 5 for 101 after 24. We're nearly halfway off this Australian innings in the run chase. And 5 for 101, this partnership's given them hope. You've got to be optimistic and you've got to believe that we can get this job done. Yeah, back to your point there, Gaming Crab. I don't like to see him at number 4. I like to see him down the order where he's best suited. He has opened the batting before for South Australia. He has opened the batting for Australia when David Warner was not playing during his ban. So I would like to see him bat around about this position here, down the order, around about 6 or 7. I think Glenn Max was wasted at number 7, to be honest. Satner continues to Green. Green tries to cut his delivery, but there's no run. I think he's wasted at number 7. I think he should be promoted up the order, Glenn Maxwell. But anyway, that's what the selectors have done and made those decisions. So we can only suggest what they should do. They're setting the balls to Green, and Green tries to work this on behind square on the leg side, but there's no run. Two dot balls to begin the over from Satner. He bowls to Green. And Green sweeps Satner, and he sweeps it well for 4. Good shot. The long levers from Cameron Green. And that's a good shot. I like this from Cameron Green. Put the pressure on Satner and put the pressure on the New Zealand spinners. I think they're going to struggle here. Obviously, they're not the same quality as Adam Zampa, but good shot there from Cameron Green behind square on the leg side for 4. That's a good sweep shot. And he defends the next ball for a dot ball, Cameron Green. So this partnership is getting Australia back into this match, and they're going along nicely. So New Zealand, after the good start, all of a sudden they've just found it a bit difficult at the moment as these two set batsmen try and get Australia over the line. A single there for Green down to mid-off. You say Tim David and Lancashire in the blast, but Manchester Originals could have 9 overseas in the squad. So it is much more appealing for Windies, Australia, Kiwi, South African T20 players. Yep. As Carey sweeps this outside the off stump. Behind square on the leg side for a single. Turn the over. It's the end of the over. It's 5 for 107 after 25 overs. So we're halfway through the Australian innings. The 25 overs to go. So, for the people in the chat, who do you think's in front at this stage? Do you think Australia can chase down the runs? Let me know in the chat. I'd love to hear your thoughts. Well, Australia, this partnership between Carey and Green has really steadied the ship after those fall of wickets. And I'm not surprised, obviously, with Australia's vulnerability up front. If the ball moves around a bit, they are susceptible to the odd collapse. And that's what's happened. That's what happened against Zimbabwe. And that's a boundary for Carey. He's just strayed off his line there, Nisham. That's all right, Han. It's good to have the conversation with you. No, it's all right. Yeah, many people have different opinions about the 100. For me, I'm not much into it, really. Obviously, it's at a wrong time for me in Australia. It's in the early hours of the morning. But, for people in England, they have mixed feelings about it. But, it's okay. Quick single there for Australia. There's an appeal for run out, but I think he's safe here, Cameron. I think he's safe. Let me just try and refresh my stream here. Yeah. He's pretty confident, Cameron Green. I think he's pretty much home. And no need to panic. But the third umpire is just going to have a check. Yeah, that bat's grounded behind the popping crease, so he's fine. And his foot's grounded as well as the bail's lit up, so that's fine. And this will be not out. Game and Crab, you say 55 in favour of New Zealand. Yeah, they're definitely ahead at this stage, but this partnership getting Australia back, they only made 233, New Zealand. I think their slow start at the start of their innings may come back to bite them, New Zealand, because they did start slowly. They chewed up a lot of dot balls. And towards the end of the innings, they sort of fell away, really lost wickets, and they just lost their way. New Zealand there. Obviously, just trying to be watchful. Obviously, not many games have been played here in Cairns, so you just got to try and get used to the conditions and see what the pitch is offering. That's why Australia won the toss and chose to bowl first today, and they made the most of that bowling effort. As Nisham continues to carry, and Carey drives to mid-off for a quick single, and he makes it easily. Good running there from Carey. put the fielders under pressure, run with that intent, positive intent. We talk about that. Be positive. Show the fielding side that you're up for it. We're up for the challenge. You may have got us 5 down for not many, 114, but we're not going to throw it away. Gaming Crab, you say, I think I have figured it out. Maxwell is going to be the proper finisher in the end when chasing, but if Australia bat first, go 35 overs in the top order, only then he is going to be promoted. Yeah. As Nishan bowls to Green, Green works as behind square on the leg side for a single. I think he got a bit of bash on that or a leg by. It's a leg by, signal by the umpire. Yeah, it's interesting with Glenn Maxwell, obviously. In terms of what they want to do with him. I think he's batting too low. I would like to see him bat higher, but they would like to have him as that finisher. Han says, regarding Aaron Finch, he used to play in England, but since 2019, he's only played in IPL and BBL. Do you think that hurt his play by being more limited in the conditions he played in? That could be a factor, Han. The other factor could be that he's old. You know, he's in his late 30s, and whenever you're out of form, it's hard to come back. And I like Aaron Finch. Personally, I like him. You know, he's been a good player for a lot of years for Australia, but he's just suffering in form and his technique's out of whack. He's not getting that rhythm as he used to. It's not quite the same with Aaron Finch, but that could be a factor going to England with the balls doing a bit compared to Australia or India. You know, it probably has upset his technique a bit, but, you know, I think just bowlers have worked them out in international cricket. They've worked out his weakness. He's got a weakness with that front pad, getting out LBW. We've seen that tonight with Trent Boult. And, you know, it's just not really getting that rhythm. He's not getting that fluency at the moment. So, yeah, you know, for Aaron Finch, this series in England, this series against New Zealand could be his last. You know, I hope it's not, but many Australian supporters are calling for his head, and they're not happy with the selectors. As Satner bowls to Green, Green drives this to long off for a single. Han says, surely facing English medium pace would give him some confidence building runs. Yeah, it would, because, you know, at that pace you feel comfortable, but if it's facing real express bowlers, then you're going to be unsettled with your footwork and all that. And he has. Yeah, it's just that time in his career where, you know, things are not going right. He's in a form slump. The confidence is low. The way he was, you know, watching from the sidelines tonight, you know, you could see he's quite, you know, down in the dumps, you know, and anyone would, you know, like Virat Kohli, for example, you know, it's not a good place to be in when you're a player or a batsman not scoring runs. It's not a good place to be in, as that's a single from Carey. And Australia going along nicely here, just ticking over these runs here. Yeah, but surely you would think that facing medium paces in England, in playing in the T20 Blast, and that would definitely boost his confidence. But, you know, he's just out of confidence. He's just out of form. The rhythm's not there. And, you know, the selectors have backed him, but you got to make that tough decision. And if he doesn't score runs in the next 2 games, then it could be it for Aaron Finch. And Australia may need a new leader. As Satner bowls to Green, and Green dispatches this full toss to the fine leg boundary for 4. Good shot from Green. It was a poor delivery from Satner to end the over. And that's the end of the over. It's 5 for 121. Australia coming back in this match. Good shot from Cameron Green. You've got to dispatch those deliveries. And that was a poor ball from Satner. As I was saying, this is what Australia can do. They can target the spinners of Bracewell and Satner. And New Zealand lacking that quality in the spin department. I was quite surprised they didn't pick East Shoddy in this side, to be honest. You know, he can definitely challenge the Australian batsman with his leg spin. But a good shot to end the over from Cameron Green. Poor over there from Satner. It was a good over up until that point. Always frustrating as a bowler when you get hit for that boundary after a good over. Gaming Crab says, I support Finchy. I think he should get a chance until after the 2023 World Cup. I think that could be it, Gaming Crab. I think that's his swan song. He's going to retire after this T20 World Cup, I think. And a good shot there from Carey. He's hit Ferguson back down the ground to long on for 4, and that's his 50. And a round of applause from me, and a round of applause from the crowd in Cairns. Well done, Alex Carey. Obviously, I'm a bit biased because he's from South Australia, Alex Carey, and I like to see him do well. He's been under pressure, Alex Carey, but good to see him grab this opportunity with both hands. Go on and make it a big score, Carey. Grab this opportunity. Good shot, 4 runs. Ferguson, again to Carey, and Carey hits this through the covers for a single. This partnership getting Australia back into this match. Han, your comments? I think Indian players suffer from not playing in England, Australia, etc. in domestic competition. Surely you gain knowledge of players' pitches, how to play in different conditions, etc. Yeah, that's right, Han. But the BCCI don't want players from India to play another. They just want to play in the IPL because, the IPL is the Premier League in the world, and they just want all the players for themselves. That's understandable, but it will improve. The Indian players playing in those conditions in terms of playing against the seaming ball in England, playing on flat pitches in Australia, and playing in New Zealand. The same as well. It's difficult over there as well. So, and you'll gain a lot of knowledge and of conditions and how to play in certain conditions. And if you play Test cricket over there, it will serve you well because you've already got that knowledge. So yeah, be interesting to see what they do, but I don't think they'll do it. As Ferguson bowls to Carey, and this one's down the leg side for a wide, signalled by Paul Rifle, former Australian fast bowler back in the day, now ICC Elite International umpire. So Ferguson to Carey. He's 51 off 60, Carey, and good to see him do well. As I mentioned, he's under pressure to score runs. A lot of people want him out of the side. He faces Ferguson, and he works this on to the leg side, down to mid-on for a quick single, and good running there. And this is good batting from Australia. We didn't quite see this a lot from the New Zealanders when they batted. Not enough singles and not enough intent in the running. Gaming Crab, your comment? I think this is the time in Finch's career where he needed the support from fans. The most fans supported Curly. His form is coming now. While for Morgan, they just put pressure on him. Now he is gone. Yeah, with Owen Morgan, it was a bit different, Gaming Crab. He realised that, there's other players that England are looking at, and me being in the side is going to hold those players back. So he fought in the Netherlands when he got out for those 2 ducks in a row. And obviously we've got Han in the chat, who is from England and watches a lot of England cricket. Will tell you the same thing. He realised that, Owen Morgan. He said, right, you know what? The time is right. And it hit him between the eyes. He said, right, that's it. I'm done. And with Aaron Finch, it will probably be the same, because Aaron Finch, to me, is like an Owen Morgan type situation here. He's in the side for his captaincy, batting poorly with the bat, as Ferguson bowls to Green, and Green flicks this nicely. Behind square on the leg side for another boundary. Cameron Green growing in confidence every time he plays. I really like this guy. He's a good player. This was in front of square, on the leg side for 4. And he's on 44, and it's the end of the over. It's 5 for 133. Australia coming back. Yeah, but it'd be interesting to see where he goes, Cameron Green, obviously. It's... Aaron Finch, Be interesting to see how he goes about the last 2 games of this series. But he'll probably realise that, this is probably the time for me to step away and just allow someone else to take over. I think Travis Head could be the successor to him in the batting. Because he had a very good series in Pakistan when he scored that 100 in the first game. So And he's done pretty well for South Australia Open, the batting as well, Travis Head. So be interesting to see how he goes. Gaming Crab, you say, well, that is true, but I still see Morgan getting his form back. I actually think of ODI cricket as a format where experience is the strongest. Thus, I must look at things differently a bit. Yeah, yep. But Morgan, he was in his late 30s, and obviously the pressure just mounted on him. People were calling for him to resign and retire and give up the captaincy, and in the end, he just thought it was the right time. Many players are different, but for Aaron Finch, it's been happening for a long time now. It's not nothing new with him. As Trent Bolt's back into the attack, Kane Williamson has said, right, I'm going to bring back on Trent Bolt, my strike bowler. He's already got 3 for 13. First ball went for a single. Cameron Green's batted well, 44 not out. It'd be interesting to see how Aaron Finch approaches the last 2 games. But obviously, being in Australia and listening to what the media have said and fans, they're not happy with Aaron Finch at the moment being in the side. We shall see what happens. As Trent Bolt bowls to Green, and this is a dot ball, and there's no run. Well, thanks to everyone who's joined us in the chat. It's been great having a chat with you, a bit of a conversation as we watch this first ODI between Australia and New Zealand from Cairns. As Bolt bowls to Green. Green drives this to mid-off and there's no run. So in the chat, for those who are joining us, what do you think? Who's in front? Australia, New Zealand? Let us know in the chat. Who do you think is going to win this match? We're having an exciting contest here. Good fight back from Australia. As Bolt bowls to Green, and Green tries to cut this. And in the end, Carey says no run. So it's a dot ball. Gaming Crab, you say Curly and Finch lost form roughly at the same time, early 2021. So let's hope Finchy also gets his form back. He is such a match winner. Yeah, he's been a good player for a long time, Aaron Finch. He's done some good things for Australia over the years. It's just this form slump has really hurt him. As Bolt bowls to Green, Green works this to long on. Daryl Mitchell does the fielding, and there's a single. Australia going along the run chase nicely. They don't need to do anything rash here, I don't think. Gaming Crab, you say, I think Australia are playing with the right intent, and I think they're ahead now. Yep, this partnership's done pretty well. They've really run hard between the wickets. They've really rotated the strike well. They've took the responsibility on. They've seen off Bolt, and now he's back into the attack, but they've also seen off the other bowlers, and they've picked off the other bowlers as well in terms of picking them off for runs in the over. And that was the thing with New Zealand, is how the other bowlers will go after Bolt and after Ferguson and after Henry in terms of Bracewell, Neesham and Satner. And they've gone for runs. These two have gotten used to the surface. I think there's a bit of dew there in Cairns. Obviously, it's the top end of Australia. It's Queensland. The humidity definitely will help if that dew's on the surface, and the ball will skid on and be a bit better to bat on. Whereas we saw in the New Zealand innings, they found it a bit difficult to try and force the pace. But these two have gotten in and set. Partnership 93. They just need to bat until the end, and they're doing a good job of it. 29 overs are done. Australia, 5 for 137. Update the score here for everyone. So, Lockie Ferguson comes back into the attack, and the first ball is a single. Sorry, my mistake. It was a dot ball. My mistake there. The feed that I'm watching the game on didn't quite update the score there, so I thought they ran a single, but they didn't. No, they did. Sorry, it was a 2. My mistake. Anyway, Green to Ferguson. and Green drives back down the ground for a single. It's a misfield, could be 2 here, and they settle for just the single there. Gaming Crab, you say, do you think if Australia win, that Maxwell will be the player of the match? Well, that depends. He did take 4 wickets, but probably in the context of the match and where Australia were, you probably think maybe Carey and Green are contenders. But we shall see what happens at the end of the match, Gaming Crab. The match is not finished yet. There's still a lot of overs to go. As Ferguson bowls to Carey, Carey works this down to third man for a single. But definitely Australia are going along nicely here. This has been a very good comeback from these two. It's been a very good partnership. And on the comparison, Australia are ahead at this stage. Miles, in fact. The 2 worms on the graph, there's quite a gap between the 2 worms, so that's an indication that Australia are doing well at this stage. As Ferguson bowls to Green, Green defends back down the pitch, and there's no run. And Lockie Ferguson's been a bit expensive tonight. So, Australia are predicted to win this match. Obviously, 71% chance of them winning this match. As Ferguson bowls to Green, Green flashes at this. Good fielding at backward point. They run for a quick single. That's good running from Australia, just looking to rotate the strike. Gaming Crab, you say it was just my fort, as I guess you know by now, Maxie's my favorite. Yeah, Glenn Maxwell's also my favorite player as well, Gaming Crab. So obviously, you want to see your favorite players do well. Ferguson bowls. This one's down the leg side, and Paul rifle signals wide again. Another ball, another run, extra delivery. Can't afford to bowl extras in one-day cricket. Also, people in the chat, thanks for joining us. Thanks for sending in your questions. I've been loving the questions that people are sending in the chat for me to answer as we try and watch this first ODI between Australia and New Zealand from Cairns at Cazalys Stadium. As Ferguson bowls to Carey, bowls onto his pads. He works this behind square on the leg side for a single to end the over. It's the end of the over. It's 5 for 144 after 30, 20 overs remaining, and Australia are looking good at the moment. Also, people in the chat, if you joined us, there's been some talk about one-day cricket. What are your thoughts about one-day cricket? Do you think it will survive? Do you think it will last? Do you think people are still interested in the ODI format? Let us know in the chat. I'd love to hear your thoughts about that. That's been in the talking point of late. Also, the 100-run partnership between Alex Carey and Cameron Green for the 6th wicket. It's 100 runs exactly. This partnership has really done well to get Australia back into this match. These two have batted really well. They've rotated the strike nicely. They've really played with positive intent. And I thought in the New Zealand innings, we didn't quite see that from New Zealand. They weren't really positive enough in their innings, and they sort of fell away towards the back end of their innings. So for New Zealand, 233, they should have really got 250 in the end. They were on target to get that, but at the end they stumbled and faltered. So Bolt back into the attack to Carey. This one banged in short from Bolt, and Carey pulls this to the leg side for a single, getting used to the pace and the speed of the surface. Gaming Crab, you say ODI is my favorite format, so I think ODI should go on nicely. Yeah, Gaming Crab, I think so too. I don't mind ODIs, and obviously good crowd in tonight's game. So people in Australia still think that ODI cricket is quite popular, and it's going to survive. Trent Boult, 3 for 17 for Boult, 6.1 overs. Green on 49. He's 1 run away from his half century. He's batted really well, Cameron Green. Boult bowls to Green, and Green hits it down to fine leg to bring up his half century. Well played, Cameron Green. 50 off 61 balls. He's a serious talent, this guy, and he adds a lot to this Australian one-day team. I really like Cameron Green in the side. It's his maiden ODI 50 as well, and what a way to get it against New Zealand. And good from Cameron Green. So Boult bowls to Carey, and Carey drives this to long on for another single. And Australia rotating the strike quite nicely here. Once again, thanks everyone for joining us. A reminder of our next live stream. We won't be live streaming game 2 of this series. We'll be live streaming game 3 of the series, which will be on Sunday. So join us then. We won't be live streaming game 2, just to let everyone know. Obviously, check out our YouTube channel. We'll obviously have the timings there of the stream up and ready for everyone to know. As Green faces Boult and pulls this to deep square leg for a single. Gaming Crab, you say the fact that we both talked about Green being not needed as a batsman at number 8 in the Zimbabwean tour, and then today he shows his worth is quite rational. Well, he's quite a good player, Gaming Crab, as we know. He's got a lot of talent, Cameron Green. It's no surprise that he's doing this. He's done it for WA many times, and Boult bowls to Carey, and this is a dot ball. He's done this many times, so I'm not surprised that Cameron Green is doing this. He's got a lot of potential. He's in his early 20s. He can play as a frontline bowler, but he can also play as an all-rounder and bat at number 8, which he is in the series against New Zealand, and also he did that against Zimbabwe. So, very good player, Cameron Green, and that's why Australia like him as a player going forward. So a dot ball to end the over from Boult. It's the end of the over. It's 5 for 148 after 31. 5 for 138 after 31 overs. And Australia going along nicely in the run chase. This partnership just about trying to get Australia over the line here after the early collapse. And it's been good. It's been a really good partnership. And Carey and Green have batted really well. Just having a look at Cameron Green's wagon wheel. He's scoring some runs all around the ground. So that's good to see. So Cameron Green will bowl to... Cameron Green takes Matt Henry. And this one keeps a bit low, this ball, and beats Cameron Green all ends up, but they've managed to scamper through for the bye. That one kept a little bit low there from Matt Henry to Cameron Green. Let's have a look at the replay here. Yep, kept a little bit low. Cameron Green caught unawares. And in the end, they scamper through for a bye. Gaming Crab, you say, let's see if they can go to 190 or so at 40 overs. So Maxwell can finish things off easily. Yeah, Gaming Crab, I think for Carey and Green, I think for them, it's just about trying to bat until the end. I think when you have 2 established batsmen at the crease, it's important for both of them to get the job done and go to the end. And that's what I want to see from Australia. Be smart about their batting, take risks if they're required, and bat smart and look to do the basics right. And this partnership's definitely done that. And Henry bowls to Carey, bowls onto his pads, and Carey flicks this through mid-wicket for another boundary, and Australia closing in. Good shot again from Alex Carey. That's another boundary. And New Zealand, they had an opportunity to really assert their authority in this match. Unfortunately, this partnership has stopped that. 63 now for Alex Carey. 51 for Cameron Green. Henry bowls to Carey. Carey hits this to Kane Williamson at mid-off, and there is no run. So after 31.3 3 overs, Australia are quite ahead of New Zealand on the comparison here. And this partnership is doing a nice job for Australia, obviously looking to get them over the line and to get this victory if they can. After losing those early wickets, as Henry bowls to Carey, Carey pulls Henry through square leg to the deep square leg fielder for a single. Carey moves on 64. We've got one ball left in the over. He's been a bit expensive today, Matt Henry, but he's taken 2 wickets into his 8th over. So Kane Williamson trying to balance his attack, trying to work out the combinations. Okay, I've bowled Trent Boult. I've bowled Matt Henry. Okay, how many overs do I have left of those bowlers? Henry bowls to Green, who hits Matt Henry back down the ground. And Lockie Ferguson will cut it off at long on for a single. It's the end of the over. It's 5 for 155 after 32 overs. We'll update the score for everyone so you can see that. There we go. Once again, thanks everyone for joining us as we watch this first ODI between Australia and New Zealand from Cairns. And Australia going along nicely in the run chase here. 5 for 155 from 32 overs. Target of 233. You would have to say that was a bit low from New Zealand's point of view. And Boult bowls to Green, and Green hits Boult over the top of backward point for 4. Another boundary for Australia. And Cameron Green batting with confidence and belief here. And he's grown in confidence, Cameron Green. He's really developing nicely as a cricketer. I like this guy, as I mentioned before. I think he's a good all-rounder, good player. He's going to get better as the years progress. That was short and wide outside off stump from Boult on the angle. Left arm over the wicket, angling the ball across the right-hander and Green. But Green was good enough to cut or hit that over the top of backward point 4. A much-needed boundary for Australia. They're going along nicely here. Boult bowls to Green. Green pulls this, gets it past the man at mid-wicket, and they'll get a single. Good start to the over. 5 runs off it with that boundary and single. Good batting. Gaming Crab, you say Cameron Green is now going really well, really good. Yeah, he is. He's grown in confidence, Cameron Green, and that's what you want to see from young players. You want to see that, confidence and that belief grow in a young player, and you're seeing that with Cameron Green at the moment. As Boult bowls to Carey, and Carey hits Boult back down the ground, and Bracewell will cut it off. They'll come back for 2. Good running from Carey and Green. They've run well between the wickets in this innings thus far. It's good to see Alex Carey score some runs. Obviously, he's been under pressure, as I mentioned, numerous occasions on the stream. But it's good to see him score some runs. Boult bowls to Carey, and Carey pulls this to the man, a deep square leg for a single. Good backing up there from New Zealand on the return throw there. But they pick up a single. Carey moves on to 67. Green on 57. Cameron Green, only 23 years old. Early on in his one-day career, but hopefully those numbers will improve as he plays more and more for Australia in the one-day team. So 13 boundaries Australia's hit and 3 sixes in the innings tonight. As Bolt bowls to Green, Green defends, and there's no run. So Trent Bolt, he's only got 2 overs left, and obviously Kane Williamson, no wonder he's going back to Bolt, obviously the strike bowler. You want to try and break this partnership, get a new batsman in, but obviously Williamson did use Bolt up early, but he took 3 early wickets, and I can see why he wanted to use Bolt up front. Bolt bowls and Green defends for the last ball of the over. It's a dot ball. It's the end of the over. It's 5 for 163 after 33 overs. So Australia doing this comfortably after they lost 5 early wickets, I should say. It's been pretty good from their point of view. New Zealand, they've struggled to get a breakthrough here. Australia going along nicely. Game of Crab, you say, I can see Green play at number 6 for Australian ODIs in the future? Yeah. Obviously, I think he's a good choice for this Australian one-day team. He adds a lot with bat-end ball. We're seeing that. We saw that against Zimbabwe. He can really make a difference. Australia needs 70 runs to win, and they're doing it nicely. Run rate, not a problem. Henry bowls to Carey. Carey defends this to the man at cover, and there's no run. So Matt Henry, this is his 9th over, 2 for 37. And the options are running out for Kane Williamson here. Bolt's got a couple left. Henry's got 1 after this. He bowls to Carey. And Carey plays and misses this. And in the end, no damage done. In the end, it's a dot ball. Bit of a variation there from Henry, just rolling the fingers across that. Carey went for the drive, played a missed. So here we go. 3rd ball of the over. Henry to Carey. And Carey pulls Henry to the man at mid-wicket. Another dot ball. So New Zealand just trying to build pressure with dot balls here. This partnership's done pretty well in terms of rebuilding the innings for Australia. Glenn Maxwell's the next batsman in, followed by Mitchell Starc and Adam Zampa. Hopefully Australia don't need them. And hopefully Carey and Green can take them home. As Henry bowls to Carey, Carey hits this to the man at cover again, and there is no run. So another dot ball, 4 dot balls in a row. So good bowling here from Henry, just keeping the pressure on, making sure they build pressure here in New Zealand. It's been a tough little period for them with this partnership between Carey and Green. Here we go. Henry bowls to Carey. Carey works this through square leg, and the fielder at deep square leg would cut it off for a single. Partnership now 120 off 133 balls. It's been a good partnership. And you'll have to say now that with this partnership, Australia look favourites. If you were here earlier, 5 wickets fell in quick time, and you thought, well, New Zealand, an opportunity to win their first ever one-day international in Australia since 2009. But now this partnership's taken away that chance for them at victory. As Henry bowls to Green, this one's down the leg side, and it's called a wide by Paul Rifle again. So an extra run, an extra delivery for Australia. They'll take that. For New Zealand, they can't afford to be ill-disciplined with the bowling. Can't bowl extras. Can't give away easy runs. Got to keep the pressure on, try and find a way to break the partnership. But they've done well to come back here, Australia. Henry, last ball of the over, bowls to Green. He works this comfortably through square leg for a single to end the over. It is the end of the over. It's 5 for 166 after 34 overs. And I believe the players are going to have drinks. So it's a drinks break at Cazalys Stadium for this first ODI between Australia and New Zealand. The battle for the Chappell Hadley Trophy, named after two brilliant cricketing families for Australia and New Zealand, obviously made a significant impact for Australian cricket, the Chappell family, and also the Hadley family with New Zealand as well. So as the players take drinks, that gives us an opportunity to have a bit of a chat. Anyone who's joined us in the chat, any questions you may have on the match or cricket in general, let's have a bit of a discussion before the players resume after drinks. But you have to say Australia going along nicely. The partnership has definitely rebuilt the Australian innings. They have struggled early on. Those 5 early wickets didn't help. But Carey and Green have batted well, and they've batted with great intent, great positivity, and they've really done well to get Australia back into this match. Gaming Crab, you say, I think Neesham and Ferguson should be given the ball. Yeah, they have been, but they've been expensive tonight, Neesham and Ferguson. But they definitely need, well, obviously Trent Bolt's, he hasn't got many overs to go. Same with Henry, so they do have to go back to Neesham and Ferguson, New Zealand. So their opportunities of putting pressure on the Australian batsmen are running out. So let's see what Australia can do as we come back after the drinks break here. Australia 5 for 166 after 34 overs. Gaming Crab says, I hope after the drinks break. Sorry, let me try and rephrase that again. I hope after the drinks wicket, curse does not happen. Now, that often happens, doesn't it? But these two batsmen are in and set. They'll be looking just to reset after drinks and continue on. But yes, that's the old thing in cricket where a drinks break happens. Then usually a fall of wickets. But let's hope for Australia that doesn't happen. The partnership's 122 at the moment for the 6th wicket between Carey and Green. They've really gone about things nicely. And they'll be hoping to get Australia over the line here if they can. It's been a good partnership thus far. Let's see what they can do in this last little period as we get towards the end of the innings and the end of the match. And it'll be interesting to see what they do here, Carey and Green. But it's been a steady partnership. They've rebuilt the innings. This is the thing in one-day cricket. When you have a batting collapse, you can always come back, and you can have an opportunity of coming back and really making a difference in the match. And that's what these two have done. Obviously, New Zealand were on top early. There's 5 early wickets. Australia 5 down for not many. But this partnership has really done well to get Australia back on track in this match. And for New Zealand, they're running out of options. Trent Bolt's only got 2 overs left. Henry's got 1. Satner's got 4. Bracewell's only bowled 3 overs. Ferguson's got 5 overs left. Neesham's got 3 overs. He's already bowled. So Kane Williamson will have to balance his bowlers around here and see what combinations will work and try and get a breakthrough for him. But these two have batted really well. They've gotten used to the surface, the pace of the wicket. It hasn't been easy at times to force the pace on this surface. But Green and Carey have certainly done that well. And Mitchell Satner will bowl the first over after the drinks break. None for 27 after his 6 overs. He bowls to Green, and Green pushes this back down the pitch for no run. And a good start from Satner. Dot ball to begin his over. And Australia, plenty of time to get these runs. The run rate's not a problem. Partnership going well. As Satner bowls to Green. Green hits this to Williamson, who does very well with his fielding. Cuts it off for a dot ball. And there is no run. So here we go. Satner bowls to Green. And Green works this to the man at mid-wicket in Mitchell. He does the fielding. There's no run. Another dot ball for Satner. Cameron Green being watchful after drinks, looking just to kick on here and continue on the good work. And Satner bowls to Green, and Green sweeps this ball behind square on the leg side to the deep backward square leg fielder for a single. He's played that sweep shot quite well tonight. Cameron Green, he's got long levers. He can reach the ball, and he plays a good sweep shot there. So we've seen him and Alex Carey play the sweep shot a lot tonight to great effect and putting the pressure on the New Zealand spinners and Satner and Bracewell. Now then, Satner bowls to Carey. There's an appeal for LBW. The umpire says not out. New Zealand discussing a possible review here. Kane Williamson has said, let's go upstairs. The question is, it could be outside the line here. I think this is a review and hope. We see that with teams these days. They use the DRS just as a tactic, not for its intended purpose, which was to prevent the howler. Let's have a look here. It's a fair delivery from Satner. Alex Carey looks pretty comfortable. He thinks he's not out. The umpire thinks he's not out, probably outside the line. Could be outside the line. Strong appeal from New Zealand. They asked the question, as you do as a fielding side. But Alex Carey looks unmoved. New Zealand looked confident, but not overconfident. It's probably hit him outside the line, and the umpire's given it not out. So that's the key there. So if it is umpire's call for impact, it will stay not out with umpire's call on impact. It looked like it hit him outside the line. Just have a look to see if there's any bash involved. It looks like there's no bash involved. We had a look at hotspot now, the Snicko. Yeah, it looks like it's probably outside the line. And you can see New Zealand quite slightly less confident about this going their way by looking at the replays here. Just making sure there's no edge. It's clearly not hit the bat. Let's have a look. Yeah, it's outside the line. Good decision by the umpire. Clearly outside the line. New Zealand lose the review, and Carey survives. And good decision by the umpire there. Clearly outside the line of off stump. And New Zealand burn a review. They've got one review left. So does Australia. Last ball of Mitchell Satner's over coming up. A single off the over thus far. He bowls to Carey. And Carey hits him over the top, all the way to the boundary for 4. And that's a good shot from Carey. Up and over the top. And that's a very good shot from him to end the over. It's the end of the over. It's 5 for 171 after 35. Very good shot there from Alex Carey. Having a look at the replay here. Just a simple shot. No risk. He knew he was safe. There was no fielder back there. That long off. And he was able to just hit that over the top. Just tap it. Not really hit it with much force. Just help it on its way, I should say. And he was able to do that. And a couple of bounces into the boundary for 4 runs. So he's on 72. Cameron Green's on 59. The partnership, 127. And Matt Henry to bowl his final over of 10 of his 10 overs. 2 for 40 thus far from his 9. New Zealand, they were up and about early with those 5 early wickets, but all of a sudden this partnership's taken the energy out of them. As Henry bowls to Green, Green pulls this down to fine leg for a couple of runs, and he'll come back for 2 easily. Good running between Green and Carey again. Moves on to 61, Cameron Green. Just having a look at WinViz. It says Australia 84%, New Zealand 16% to win this game. And that's probably about right. This partnership has got Australia back into this match, and they've done it well. As Henry bowls to Green, Green drives on the leg side. And they'll pinch a single, and they'll get there in the end. Good running from Green again, putting the pressure on the New Zealand fielders for a quick single there. Moves on to 62. Well, for anyone who's joined us in the chat, what do you think New Zealand need to do? If you were Kane Williamson, what do you think Kane Williamson needs to do to get a wicket here? He's already tried his options. Obviously, Bolt hasn't got too many overs left. Henry's bowling his last over. Satner, Ferguson have gone for runs. Neesham as well. Bracewell when he's bowled. So he needs to find a solution here, Kane Williamson, as Henry bowls to Carey. Carey dabs this to the offside for a quick single. And he moves on to 73. Australia 5 for 175 from 35.3 overs. They need 233 runs to win. Partnership of 131 between Carey and Green as Henry bowls. And Green pulls this onto the leg side for a single. He moves on to 63. Gaming Crab, you say pace variations with alternative. Ferguson pace and Neesham slower balls maybe. Yep. Try something different. All different variations. Try something. Maybe some bouncers or Yorkers. Unsettle the batsman. As Henry bowls to Carey. And Carey flicks this to the deep square leg fielder for a single to end the over. It's the end of the over. Nope, we've still got one ball left. Sorry. The television coverage, they haven't updated the score properly. So that's why I was a bit confused there if it was the end of the over or not. There's still one ball left. The score was slow to update there. So Carey nearly hit it straight down Neesham's throat at deep square leg, but he gets away with it with a single. Last ball the over, Henry bowls, and Green pulls this in front of square on the leg side for 4. And that was a very good shot from Cameron Green. A good finish to the over. Not a good finish from Matt Henry in his over of 10 overs. He's gone for 2 for 50 from his 10 overs, Matt Henry. Not a good way to finish your spell. It's the end of the over. It's 5 for 181 from 36. Australia going along nicely. That's a good shot from Green. It's a short ball from Henry. He picked up the length well, and he pulled that in front of square on the leg side for 4. Cameron Green being aggressive, putting his foot down. And this partnership between Alex Carey and Cameron Green is the best Australian 6-wicket partnership versus New Zealand in one-day internationals. It's over 100, and these two have got Australia back into this match, and you probably think now that Australia are favourites to win. And New Zealand on the back foot, Satner bowls to Carey. Carey defends on the front foot, back down the pitch, and there's no run. He's on 74 from 84 balls, Carey. Green's on 67 from 77. And Satner gets ready to bowl his second ball. He bowls to Carey. Carey plays the reverse sweep through point, and he'll pick up at least a single, maybe 2. He was thinking about the second, but Cameron Green says, no, we'll just settle on the single. And the score now is 5 for 182. Now, the previous 6-wicket partnership best for Australia against New Zealand was Michael Clarke and Michael Hussey, 136 not out at Eden Park in 2004-05. So this partnership has beaten that for the 6-wicket for Australia. As Satner bowls to Green, Green sweeps this to the man at deep square leg for another easy single. Australia going along nicely in the run chase. Partnership now 139 off 150 balls. And Australia have done well to fight back in this match. Satner bowls to Carey. Carey hits this back down the pitch to Satner. And there is a dot ball. Nice evening in Cairns. It's a good evening up there. Lots of people watching the game under lights. Satner bowls to Carey, and Carey works this to the man at cover, and there's no run. And 2 runs off the over thus far for Mitchell Satner. He'll be hoping to finish the over strongly. If he can, hopefully not go for a boundary. That's very important for a bowler, just to finish off the over strongly after you've bowled a good over. He bowls to Carey, and Carey flicks him through the leg side for a single. So good over from Satner, 3 runs from it. It's the end of the over. It's 5 for 184 for Australia after 37 overs. Not far away from the last 10 overs of this match. And you'll have to say Australia are favourites to win. This partnership has given them the belief that they can chase down these runs. Kane Williamson, he's got a lot of questions to ask his bowlers. They need 49 runs, Australia, at a run rate of 3 and over. And we saw at the back end of the New Zealand innings, they lost wickets at the wrong time. They stumbled. They didn't really get going in their innings. They will come back to haunt New Zealand because this partnership is well on track to chase down the runs. And for New Zealand, if they would have got 250, that would have been competitive. Unfortunately, they didn't. They got 232 in the end. That's not going to be enough at this stage. So Lockie Ferguson back into the attack. He replaces Matt Henry. He bowls to Carey. And Carey pushes us back down the pitch, looking for a quick single, but in the end, it's a dot ball. So Lockie Ferguson, what can he do? He needs to get a breakthrough for his skipper. New Zealand, this partnership is pretty much taking the game away from them. 140 now. 37.1 overs are being bowled. We're nearly to the back end of the innings. Australia well on track to chase down these 233 runs. As Ferguson bowls to Carey, Carey drives this back down the pitch again, and Ferguson does the fielding. It's a dot ball. So 49 runs off 76 balls for Australia to win. So the run rate's under control at this stage, and they've done a very good job. Australia to win. And Ferguson bowls to Carey, and this is banged in short, and Carey hits this to the man a deep square leg for a single. And Australia doing it easily at this stage. So, Cameron Green on 68 of 78 balls. He faces Ferguson. Ferguson bowls, and he pulls this high into the air. Fine legs underneath it, and he's dropped the catch. Trent Boult has dropped the catch. Oh dear, to quote the great Bill Lawry, dear, oh dear. And Trent Boult has dropped the catch, and Cameron Green survives. Have a look here. He banged this one in short, Ferguson. Cameron Green looking to pull it. He's played the pull shot quite well today. Unfortunately, didn't quite time this one. Trent Boult was underneath it. He got there. He got a fingertip to it. He got the hands to it. And it just fell out of the hands. And Lockie Ferguson can't believe it. Well, that's a big moment in this match. As Ferguson bowls to Carey, Carey works this onto the leg side for a quick single. Well, New Zealand, they needed that catch to go into the hands of Trent Boult. And just hit this on the toe end of the bat here, Green. And Boult had fine leg. He ran in. He got there. Unfortunately, he just couldn't finish the job off with the catch. That's a big moment in this match, this partnership. New Zealand needed to break this partnership. If they don't, Australia well on track to win this match. Ferguson bowls to Green. Green pulls out. Umpire Paul Rifle signals dead ball. Something behind the side screen. Gaming Crab says maybe a bouncer to third man for Carey will do it. Yeah, well, it nearly worked for Cameron Green there, Gaming Crab. Unfortunately, Trent Boult dropped the catch. You don't mean to drop a catch. It happens. Maybe he got there in the end. Just maybe misjudged at the last moment. Maybe the lights got into his eyes. That usually happens. Ferguson bowls to Green, and Green drives this back down the ground for 4. He's batting with confidence, Cameron Green. What a way to end the over for Australia. It's 5 for 191 after 38, and Australia well on track to win this match. Good shot there from Cameron Green, and Australia going along nicely. Just a push from Cameron Green, just up and over down the ground for 4. And Cameron Green really batting with confidence. The more time he spent out there in the middle, the more belief, the more confidence he will gain as a one-day player for Australia. And New Zealand, they needed that catch to go to hand. So Trent Boult, he's got 2 overs left. Kane Williamson has brought him back into the attack. He'll be feeling quite disappointed that he dropped that catch. He's usually a good fielder, Trent Boult. But as I say, everyone drops a catch. It happens. It's a part and parcel of the game. And Trent Boult, he'll be hurting, but he'll be relishing the opportunity to get a wicket because he's got the ball and he's about to bowl to Alex Carey. He runs up Trent Boult. What can he do? Carey on 78. He bowls to Carey, and Carey defends this for no run. Gaming Crab, you say, well, my prediction of 190 at around 40 overs was quite accurate, I guess. Yeah, you're pretty much bang on the money there, Gaming Crab. So they've done well here, Australia. Aaron Finch watches on with Steve Smith there in the dugout, talking to Andrew McDonald. He'll be quite pleased that Carey and Green have put on this good partnership. Boult bowls to Carey. Carey drives this to Williamson at mid-off, and there's no run. So Trent Boult, 3 for 28 from his 8.2 overs. He bowls to Carey, who's on 78. And Carey hits this back down the pitch over the head of Trent Boult. And he'll pick up a couple of runs. And Australia move on to 5 for 194. Sorry, 193. With those 2 runs. Alex Carey on 80. Alex Carey, he's already scored 1 ODI century. And that was against England back in 2020 in Old Trafford at Manchester in that run chase with him and Glenn Maxwell. We put on a good partnership there. Boult bowls to Carey. Carey hits this over the top through the offside for 4. Alex Carey has hit another boundary for Australia, and that brings up the 150 partnership for Australia. This partnership guiding Australia home. Let's have a look at the replay. Good shot from Carey. And that was a good shot. Down to the cover boundary for 4. Trent Boult just getting his length wrong there. Boult bowls to Carey. Carey works this down the ground for a single to long on. And this over's been a good over from Australia. They need 35 runs to win now. And Alex Carey, 85. The partnership, 154. Cameron Green on 73 from 80. Gaming Crab, you say, let's see a wicket. Just some excitement for the death overs, maybe. Yeah. But at this stage, these two are looking pretty set, you have to say. Trent Boult, last ball of his over to Green. And Green pulls Trent Boult to the mid-wicket boundary for 4. And the 200 is up for Australia. What a way to finish the 39th over. Australia, at the end of the over, are 5 for 202 after 39 overs, 11 overs remaining of the run chase. Australia well on track after they lost 5 early wickets. This partnership has definitely got them back into this match. And Australia will be very delighted with how they've gone about this innings. And what a shot from Cameron Green. He's really pulled the ball well today. The only pull shot he mistimed was off Lockie Ferguson. And Trent Boult dropped the catch. And New Zealand They're just searching for answers at the moment here, obviously. And this is where it will come back to bite New Zealand. Their batting innings, they started very slowly. Obviously, they took their time. They were watchful, but they chewed up a lot of dot balls. And towards the back end of the innings, that really cost them. They lost wickets and they lost momentum. And obviously now that's coming back to bite them now. Obviously, if they got a score of 250, that would have been competitive. 230, in the end, it's not going to be enough. As Ferguson bowls to Carey, and Carey's gone. He's pulled it straight to the man at mid-on. Matt Henry takes the catch. Ferguson gets the breakthrough. But I think the damage has already been done. Well, that's the end of Alex Carey. He played a superb knock, a brilliant partnership with Cameron Green. Unfortunately, he has to go. He's hit that straight down Matt Henry's throat at mid-on. And Alex Carey throws his bat up in the air. Disappointed with that, but he's played really well, Alex Carey. Unfortunately, he won't get Australia over the line, but he's played really well. And it's all set up for Glenn Maxwell to try and finish off the innings if he can. But what a knock from Alex Carey. A much-needed knock. Good comeback from Australia after Australia lost 5 early wickets. Him and Cameron Green have rescued Australia, and they're well on track to win this match. Just have a look there. Yeah, just didn't quite hit that pull shot where he wanted to. And in the end, he picked out Matt Henry at wide mid-on. So Glenn Maxwell comes to the crease. And he'll be hoping to get a partnership here with Cameron Green and look to finish off the innings and look to finish off this match. Glenn Maxwell, we know he won't be dealing in singles or twos. He'll be looking for the 4s and 6s. Try to finish off the innings here if he can, Glenn Maxwell. So he's on strike, his career. So it's been a bit of an interesting career, Glenn Maxwell. Averaging 34, strike rate of 126. He's got 3,441 runs. That's not bad in 125 matches. So he'll be facing Lockie Ferguson. Cameron Green is at the other end of the non-strikers end on 77. Alex Carey disappointed that he didn't quite finish the job off for Australia today. But he's batted well. Ferguson bowls to Maxwell. Maxwell works this behind, square on the leg side down to find leg for a single. He's off the mark. And he'll be looking just to get in, get used to the conditions, and hopefully guide Australia over the line with Cameron Green. Gaming Crab, you said, come on, Maxie. By the way, my prediction had been a bit spot on. First the partnership, now the wicket. Yeah, it's been good for Australia, this partnership. Ferguson bowls to Green. Green works this down to fine leg for a single. And Cameron Green's still looking to be aggressive, looking to put the pressure back on the New Zealand bowlers. And that's what he's done throughout his innings today. I've been really impressed with how Cameron Green's approached this innings today. This is what he can do in domestic cricket, Cameron Green. That's why he's been selected for Australia. Obviously, when he first came on the scene, we didn't really quite see that from him. But now we're starting to see that confidence and development from Cameron Green, which is good to see. Ferguson bowls to Maxwell. Maxwell hits this to the leg side, and there's no run. Yeah, Glenn Maxwell just got an inside edge on that one. Didn't quite time that shot. Lockie Ferguson disappointed with that delivery. Thought he got through, and that would have caused some problems there for Glenn Maxwell. But he bowls to Maxwell now, Ferguson, and Maxwell drives to wide mid-off, and there's no run. 1 ball remaining of the 40th over. We've got 10 overs remaining. 29 for Australia to win off 61 balls to the time. There's still plenty of time for Australia to knock over the runs. There's still plenty of batting power out there in the middle with Green and Maxwell to get the job done. Obviously, New Zealand under pressure here. Ferguson bowls to Maxwell. Maxwell tries to glide this down to third man. It was uppish, but it falls safe in the end for a single. End of the over. It's 6 for 205. And Australia closing in on that 233 target that was set by New Zealand when they made 232. So on the comparison, Australia well ahead on the comparison. They're miles ahead of New Zealand at this stage. They only need 28 runs off 60 balls. Run rate is 5 and over for them. So the partnership of Carey and Cameron Green definitely helped Australia rebuild the innings. And he's disappointed, Alex Carey, but I don't think he should be. You know, he needed some runs and he took the opportunity with both hands. So good to see him really take this opportunity today, and same with Cameron Green as well. So Bolt to bowl his last over. He bowls to Maxwell. Maxwell hits this to mid-on, and there is no run. So Alex Carey there. Watching on with Mitchell Starc, who's next to him in the dugout. He's padded up to come in next. Hopefully for Australia, he's not required. And hopefully Green and Maxwell can finish off the job. Here we go. Trent Boult to bowl to Maxwell. Oh, this is beaten Maxwell. All ends up playing a miss. Trent Boult thought he heard an edge or some sort of noise. No one else is convinced. Kane Williams says we're not going to go upstairs to review that. So a dot ball in the end. Let's have a look. This one, yeah, just going past the outside edge and squared Glenn Maxwell up. And nothing got a hot spot there. The ball just flicked the back pad. That's why Trent Boult said, I heard a noise, but it was the ball hitting the back pad in the end there. Boult bowls to Maxwell. Maxwell drives to cover. And there is no run. Well, thanks for everyone joining us today for this watch-along of this first ODI between Australia and New Zealand from Cairns. It's been great talking to everyone in the chat, interacting with all of you guys. And it's been great fun. As always, just talking cricket. And that's why we're here. So here we go. Trent Boult to bowl to Glenn Maxwell. And Maxwell flicks Trent Boult over. Oh, he's out. Well, what a catch. What a catch that is. I thought that was going to go over the rope for 6, but Glenn Maxwell's picked out the man at square leg. Well, Trent Boult's got his 4th, and Australia lose another wicket. Well, what a catch from Jimmy Neesham. Glenn Maxwell tried to flick this over deep square leg's head for 6. And in the end, Jimmy Neesham takes a very good catch. That's a very fine catch. Glenn Maxwell picks out the man. He's got to go for 2. Australia are 7 for 205. Can New Zealand come back? Is there a comeback on the cards there? That's a big wicket. Cameron Green, the set batsman, needs to get the job done now for Australia. Mitchell Starc will support him. Disappointing from Glenn Maxwell. He thought he hit that for 6, but in the end, he picked out Jimmy Neesham at deep square leg. And I thought that was going to go over the rope for 6, but in the end, it didn't. A very good catch, just picked out the man. And he's on his way. You can't believe it either, Glenn Maxwell. I thought for a moment there that was going to go over the rope for 6, but in the end, a good catch from Jimmy Neesham. Well win inside the boundary rope. Glenn Maxwell disappointed. Now, you think Australia should be able to get these runs. Gaming Crab says Maxwell didn't look good. You also say he's at the breakthrough. Well, with Cameron Green out in the middle, there's I will say Australia, even though Glenn Maxwell's just departed, I think, Australia, they should be on their way to chase down these runs. If Mitchell Starc just bats normally and sensibly and rotates the strike and supports Cameron Green, then Australia are probably favourites to chase down these runs. But that's what New Zealand needed. Needed a couple of wickets. They got rid of Carey, now Maxwell. Is this a comeback from the Kiwis? We know what they can do. They can always come back, New Zealand. So Mitchell Starc faces Bolt, and it's a dot ball to begin his innings. 28 runs for Australia to still win. They're 7 for 205. They've lost a couple of wickets. Carey got out with that big partnership that him and Cameron Green added. Obviously, Mitchell Starc out in the middle, replacing Glenn Maxwell, who got out. He picked out the man at deep square leg. He thought he hit it over the rope for 6, but a good catch from Jimmy Neesham in the end. Bolt to bowl his last over of his 10. He bangs this one in short to Starc, and Starc gets bat on it, gets down the other end for a single to end the over. So that's the end of Trent Bolt's 10 overs. He's bowled well, 4 for 40 from his 10. It's the end of the over. Australia are 7 for 206. And we're into the third power play where New Zealand can have 5 men outside the 30-yard circle for these last few overs. But once again, thanks everyone for watching. It's great to have so many people join us tonight. Australia 7 down for 206. You'll think they'll chase down these runs, and they should. Hopefully they can. So here we go. Lockie Ferguson, first ball of his 8th over to Starc. It's a wide. So that will help Australia. Down the leg side, that ball. Not a good ball from Ferguson. Got to get the line and length right. Now, Australia have seen off Trent Bolt. And now for New Zealand, they've got Lockie Ferguson. He's got 2 overs after this. He's bowled 7. He's got 2 overs after this. He's got 3 overs remaining, but 2 after this. This is his 8th over now. They've got Jimmy Neesham, who can bowl as well. But we've seen from him that he's been a bit expensive today. So what can Australia do? He's gone. Mitchell Starc is gone. Caught by Mitchell. Bowled by Ferguson. Oh dear. Is it a batting collapse now for Australia? What is going on? Mitchell Starc is gone, and they're 8 for 207. Australia. All of a sudden now, New Zealand have come back. They've taken the wickets. They've taken the key wickets that they needed, and Mitchell Starc is on his way. Well, what is going on? They need 26. Adam Zampa comes to the middle. Mitchell Starc didn't last long, and Australia, well, he flicked this, Mitchell Starc. He flicked this on the leg side. It went straight into the fielder's hands. What was he doing, Mitchell Starc? Hit the ball along the ground. And Daryl Mitchell said, well, that's an easy catch. That's probably the easiest catch I'll take. Mitchell Starc is gone, and Australia are 8 down. That's what Australia did not need. They need Cameron Green to finish off the innings here. What is going on? Australia are well in control, but all of a sudden New Zealand, they've got 3 wickets. They've come back in this match, and now pressure on Australia. Is there a twist and a turn in this match? Adam Zampa blocks this ball from Ferguson. Needs to see him off. Needs to get Green on strike. Yes, Gaming Crab, I'm with you. Got to get Cameron Green on strike, Adam Zampa. Block that ball. Dig out that Yorker from Ferguson. He'll target the pads. He'll target the stumps. But all of a sudden, Australia have lost 3 wickets. Alex Carey, Glenn Maxwell. You probably think the dismissals of Carey and Maxwell should have not happened because they picked out the fielders. Mitchell Starc just chipped it straight to the fielder on the leg side. And Daryl Mitchell takes an easy catch, but Australia, they need 233. Now, is that going to be a wide from Ferguson? The umpire says, nope, that's fine. That's okay. It's a dot ball. So Cameron Green needs to finish off the job for Australia. Australia need 26 runs. They've got 2 wickets in hand. New Zealand have done well to come back in this match. That partnership between Carey and Green took this game away from Australia, from New Zealand, I should say. But all of a sudden, they got rid of Carey. They've got rid of Maxwell. And now Stark. Zampa gets this through point. He'll come back for 2 if he can. He will. Maybe 3. Australia are taking every run that comes. They'll come back for 3 and Green's on strike. That's a good way. That's a good move from Australia. Get Green on strike. Adam Zampa's off the mark. Australia need 23 now to win. Cameron Green has got to be the one to get Australia home. Good shot from Adam Zampa there. Just glided that through point for 3. That's his job, Adam Zampa. Just support Cameron Green here. Australia making the run chase difficult after a good partnership between Green and Carey. All of a sudden, they've made things a lot harder for themselves in losing these 3 wickets, which should not have happened, really. So Cameron Green's getting some medical treatment. Looks like he's cramping up a bit. He's got some problems here. He's batted for a long time. It's quite hot out there in Cairns. But he's got to be the one to get Australia over the line. You can't rely on Adam Zampa or Josh Hazlewood to get the job done. Let's see here. Cameron Green, he's played well and he's 78 not out. He's got to get Australia over the line now. Gaming Crab, he did it against Sri Lanka in the 5th ODI. He should be able to do it now. Yes, he did. He got Australia over the line in that match. And he's got to do it again tonight here, Cameron Green. But he's batted so well. But all of a sudden, Australia have just made it difficult for themselves. They shouldn't have really lost these 3 wickets, really. Alex Carey, that shot was just a poor shot from him to get out. The one from Glenn Maxwell, he didn't need to do that. Probably just take a bit more time, get in, work singles. But we know with Glenn Maxwell, that's not his game. His game is about hitting boundaries and being aggressive, getting bat on ball. But really, he should have just really, got in and got set. Now, it looks like Cameron Green's getting some treatment on his calf. The physio's out there massaging it. Obviously, you're not allowed a runner in international cricket anymore. So Cameron Green can't have a runner, so I don't think he's going to run too many quick singles or twos. It's probably going to be boundaries. So Adam Zampa's got to support him well. So he's getting some treatment, a bit of time for Australia just to regroup, reset. We've lost 3 wickets, making it a bit difficult for ourselves. Obviously, as I mentioned, Carey and Green were batting well. Then Carey gets out, then Maxwell, then Stark. All of a sudden, Australia 8 for 210 after a good partnership between Carey and Green, which pretty much was going to seal this game for Australia. But all of a sudden, that's what wickets can do in the game of cricket. They can make things turn pretty quickly. But for Australia, the good thing is they need only 23. They've got Cameron Green at the crease with Adam Zampa. He's 78 not out. He's getting some treatment from the physio on both of his calves, a bit of cramp and a bit of tightness in the muscles. He's getting some stretches. He's eaten some gels and some electrolytes just to refuel the body. He's been batting for a very long time. Needs to get Australia over the line here to win this match. It doesn't matter how Australia win this match. At least they get over the line and win it. If it's by 2 wickets, so be it. So 50 balls remaining for New Zealand to make an impact. But I think for Australia, it's just to see off Ferguson. Try and pick off 1s and 2s off him if you can. Hit the odd boundary, that helps. And target the spinners and Satner and the other bowlers in Satner and Neesham when they do come on, because New Zealand will have to come back to one of those bowlers. Bolt's bowled his 10. Same with Henry. So they're running out of options here, New Zealand. Well, we always said it's always a good game between Australia and New Zealand, and that's showing tonight. Good contest here in Cairns. Australia 8 for 210. They were cruising with that partnership between Carey and Green. All of a sudden, they lost 3 wickets. Carey went, then Maxwell, then Stark. So Adam Zampa's joined Cameron Green out in the middle, and he'll be looking to support Cameron Green and get these runs for Australia. Let's have a look at the wickets, how they've fallen. Aaron Finch was the first to go for 5. Steve Smith was bowled by Trent Boult for 1. That was the second wicket to fall today. Just an inside edge onto the stumps. And then Marnus Labuschagne got out, and then David Warner for 20. Hit it straight to Bracewell in the deep. As we just haven't looked at the wickets, Stoinis got clean bowled for 5 by Henry. And then Alex Carey was the next wicket to fall. Disappointed with the shot, just hit it straight to Matt Henry at wide, mid-on. And after that, Glenn Maxwell got out. And then Mitchell Stark. So all of a sudden, Australia have made this difficult for themselves. It should have been easy in the end. And Han Solo is back, and he says, this should be easy. You don't have to be as reckless as if it was T20. Defend the good balls, punish the bad ones. Exactly right, Han. Do the basics right. Bat smart. And I don't think Glenn Maxwell did that. You know, you don't need to do that. And this is the thing with Glenn Maxwell. He could be inconsistent at times. Just bat responsibly. You know, just work it in the gaps. You know, at that stage, the partnership between Carey and Green dominated. Australia were on top. He gets out. Carey gets out. Stark gets out after chipping a ball straight down Daryl Mitchell's throat. All of a sudden, you're batting with Adam Zampa, and he's got to support, you know, Cameron Green. He's got to be the one to get the runs. Now, they need 23 or 50, and Cameron Green's had some treatment by the physio. He's been stretched. His calves, his legs have been stretched, so he's a bit tight in the muscles. Understandable. He's batted for the whole innings, just about. So Adam Zampa's got to really support him here. They still need 23, Australia. You know, you would say Australia are favourites with Cameron Green at the crease. He's the set batsman. He's 78 not out. And Adam Zampa will just need to do the basics right. See off Lockie Ferguson. Then New Zealand will have to go back to their other options. They've got Mitchell Satner, Jimmy Neesham, Trent Boult's bowled his 10. So the good thing for Australia is that they don't have to face Trent Boult anymore or Matt Henry. The only real threat at the moment is Lockie Ferguson. You see him off, you pick him off the 1s and 2s, and you know, pick off the other bowlers, then it should be home for Australia. Ferguson bowls to Green, and Green pulls this away for 4. And that's the boundary that Australia needed, and Green's into the 80s. And Cameron Green, after getting some treatment by the physio, I don't think he can run quick singles anymore. He said, right, I'm just going to take on the bowlers, be aggressive. And that wasn't a good ball from Ferguson. It was short, and Green's been playing the pull shot quite well tonight, and he timed that well. And always Australian batsmen, always good on the pull shot and the hook shot with the pitches over here. Obviously, Cameron Green comes from Perth, so of course you've got to be a good puller and hooker of the ball on those bouncy tracks in Perth. Raj, you say I'm back. Welcome back, Raj. Sorry, I'll just go to Raj's comment there. Oh, wow, it came close then. It should have been. Yeah, Raj, it's a bit close. Han Solo says, as Simon Dewell, KP, Nasser, and Broad kept saying during the 100, batters need to count the boundaries needed to win and use that as a measurement. Yes, they do, Han, and that's a good tip. When you're out there in the middle, how many boundaries you need, and then you can work to that number and then pick off the singles and 2s, and before you know it, you're there. And already Australia need 19 or 48. So that was a good over from Australia there. 7 runs from it, plus a wide, so it was 8. So Mitchell Satner back into the attack. This is the thing with New Zealand. They've run out of their options here with Boult and Henry. They've already bowled their 10 after they bowled so much up front when Australia were 5 down for not many. But we always have good games against New Zealand. I remember that game in the World Cup in 2015 at Eden Park in Auckland. New Zealand won that game by a wicket. Kane Williamson hit the winning runs down the ground. And I also remember that game also at Eden Park as well. And it was a couple of years after the World Cup when Marcus Stoinis burst onto the scene, and he just came into the Australian side. He got that century, got 140-odd not out. And he was batting with Josh Hazlewood, who got run out in the end by Kane Williamson. And Australia nearly won that match. So Australia and New Zealand always produce some classic ODI matches here. And this one in Cairns tonight is certainly going down to the wire. Adam Zampa, he just needs to get Cameron Green on strike. This could be the over that could cost New Zealand if Satner doesn't get it right. Bit risky bowling the spinner now, but that's the only option they've got, New Zealand. Or they could go to Jimmy Neesham, but Kane Williamson's not going there. He's going with Ferguson and Satner now. And Satner, he's going to be bowling to Adam Zampa. He bowls and Zampa works this to the leg side for a single. That's good batting from Zampa. Get out the other end. Get Cameron Green on strike to Mitchell Satner. Let him do all the work. 18 now required. Han Solo says the run rate is just about above 2. They can even take 20 dots and still be easily in control. Exactly right, Han. Exactly right. No need to take any risk here. You can just work the ball in the gaps. You know, they've got the spinner on. The field's back. There's plenty of gaps. Work it in the gaps. Rotate the strike at the 1s and 2s. If it's a bad ball, hit it. Don't need to take a risk. And that's a wide from Satner. That helps Australia. That's a wide. Can't be bowling wide, Satner, in this situation. That was a poor ball. And that was outside the blue guideline. And easy decision for the umpire to call that wide. 2 runs already in this over for Australia. Satner to Green. Green bowls, and he hits this through the offside, but Williamson does the fielding at wide mid-off. And there is no run. And yes, I've seen some brainless cricket as well, Han, in the death over. So you never know. I've seen some brainless cricket. I just hated when batsmen play brainless cricket or smartless cricket, not batting smart. Just do the basics right. You do the basics right, you know, you should be able to get the job done, and Australia should do that. Work the ball in the gaps here. No, don't need to take on the glory shot. New Zealand are under pressure. They had to go back to Satner. The field's pushed back. There's gaps in the field. I don't think Cameron Green can run too many singles because he's got some problems with his calves because he was getting some treatment earlier. The physio was out there stretching and massaging it. You can't have a runner in international cricket anymore. They outlawed that. Satner bowls to Green, and Green sweeps this in front of square on the leg side. And it'll just be a single. Daryl Mitchell out there does the fielding. 16 runs for Australia to win. And already 3 runs off the over. So that's all they need to do. Work it in the gaps. Get the single or the 2. No need to do anything rash. As we've talked about, just bat smartly. Take your time. And see it home, especially Cameron Green. He's the one who's got to guide Australia home. And Zampa works this to the offside for a dot ball. 1 ball left. I think Zampa will just try and, dot it up here if he can, obviously, and let Cameron Green face Lockie Ferguson. I think that will be the best outcome for Australia. Let him take on Lockie. And Satner bowls to Zampa, and Zampa defends this. He does his job. It's the end of the over. It's 8 for 217. Australia needs 16 runs with 7 overs remaining. In the end, they've made this run chase a lot harder for themselves, Australia. It could have been a lot easier. They're doing the job now. Cameron Green, he's batted well today. Han says, in the last over of the 100 final, a field was set to bowl wide off the off stump, but Gleeson bowled at the stumps and got hit for a 6, 4 and 1. It was 11 needed from 5 going into the last set. Yeah, anything can happen in the last few overs. If you don't quite get it right, it can go all wrong. So for Australia, just work it in the gaps. You need 16 off 7 overs, basically. That's 42 balls. That's plenty of time. Lockie Ferguson's got 2 overs left, so he'll bowl this over and he'll bowl his next over. Then where does New Zealand go from there? So they're running out of options, New Zealand. They've already bowled Bolt. They've already bowled Henry. They have to bowl Satner. They probably have to go back to Neesham. So he's running out of options here, Kane Williamson. Hans says it's not just the batters who do brainless things. Yeah, that's right. Bowlers can bowl poorly as well, Han. We've seen that many times. I think during the India-Pakistan match, India didn't quite get it right to Pakistan in the last few overs, and in the end, that pretty much cost them the match, didn't it? Oh, Ferguson, this delivery to Green, it kept low. Well, you don't want to see that. It's a dot ball, but let's have a look at this delivery. Oh, yeah, it just rolled along the ground. Oh, dear, you don't want to see that as a batsman. I've seen many batsmen get out to grubbers in the years. Obviously, I remember, Greg Blewett at the whacker against Curtly Ambrose. That one rolled along the ground and clean bowled him in a test match. Ferguson to Green, and Green flicks this to the boundary, down to fine leg for 4. That's more like it from Cameron Green. It's 12 off 40 balls now. Pretty much it's 2 sixes, really. But a good shot from Cameron Green. A poor delivery from Ferguson, angled down the leg side. And Cameron Green can just work that around the corner. And he has. He just helped it on its way. That's not the line to be bowling. And it's cost 4 runs. We'll get to your comment in a minute, Han. After this ball, Ferguson to Green. Green drives to Williamson, who's at mid-off, and there's no run. You see a lot of wide full tosses in T20 in the death. If New Zealand tried to go for stupid Yorkers, it would be done in 3 balls. Absolutely. Because if you get the Yorker wrong, it can be a full toss and you can be dispatched. Exactly right. So they really need to be on it with their execution of the skills here now, New Zealand. It's 12 off 39. So if Cameron Green's still out there, Australia are still favourites to chase this down, and they should chase it down. Ferguson to Green. Green pulls this down to fine leg where Trent Boult does the fielding, and they pick up a single. Adam Zampa will have to negotiate a couple of balls here. Or if he can, get off strike and get Green back on strike. Just see there, Cameron Green just hobbling a bit there. I think he's got a bit of cramp. Obviously, he was just treated by the physio a bit earlier. Good question, Han. If I was Kane Williamson, what would I do? Well, go up to Lockie Ferguson and tell him not to bowl down the leg side, because you're feeding Cameron Green's strength. Bowl outside off and hit a good line and length and hope that they don't hit it. And make sure you have some fielders up in the ring. You've got to be prepared to lose the game now if you're New Zealand. You need 2 wickets. Be prepared to lose it. Take some risk. Have some men up in the ring. Put some pressure on Adam Zampa here. And tell Lockie Ferguson to aim outside off stump like he did with that last ball and build up the dots that way and build some pressure in the field. You also got to balance with attack as well. And defense as Ferguson bowls to Zampa. Zampa works this through point for a single. And Australia need 10 runs to win. It's the end of the over. It's 8 for 223. I always say this whenever Australia have close games. I say, why do we leave it so close? Can we just get it done? Han says, I would put a slip in and bowl for the edge. Yeah. Be attacking. Get a slip in there. Challenge the outside edge. Well, he's got some cramp here, Cameron Green. The physio's back out again. Attending to Cameron Green. He's cramping up. Now, obviously, I can't hear the commentary, but it'd be interesting to see what they say afterwards about Cameron Green. I hope it's just cramp. I don't think he's done anything too bad. Yeah, it's just cramp, I think. Yeah, it's cramp. Yeah, it's just cramp. He's batted for a long time out there. And also, Han, going back to your question, what would I do if I was New Zealand? Well, if they had Trent Boult in, that would have been very handy for him, for Kane Williamson, obviously, because we saw what he did. He's a strike bowler, Trent Boult, and he's quite useful. To have him at the death right now would have been handy, but he bowled out his full 10. Same with Matt Henry. So you have to go to other options like Satner and Ferguson, and that puts pressure on you. You've run out too many options. So, for New Zealand, I'm going to say it again, their batting innings, the first few overs where Australia really tied the screws on them, they built up dot balls. I think it was a lot of dot balls. That's going to cost them in the end here. They should have got to 250. But in the end, they got 232. As we speak, there's some rain falling. That would definitely help Australia. We'll quicken up the pitch, get some moisture on the surface. So it's a bit of drizzle in Cairns. I think Australia's ahead of the Duckworth-Lewis, so I don't think Australia have to worry about that. But I think we're going to get the 4-6 overs done here. So Mitchell Santner gets ready to bowl. You can't give them anything to sweep or hook, so you have to bowl like Glenn McGrath. Exactly right, Han. Or like Josh Hazlewood, bowl that consistent line and length. As Adam Zampa defends on the front foot to Santner, there's no run. That's exactly right. Can they do that, New Zealand? Under pressure. Pressure does weird things to you. We'll see what they can do here. But he's really got to be on his line in length here, Santner. He can't afford easy singles and just allow Zampa to get off strike. Otherwise, Australia just going to do this easily. So Zampa faces Santner. Santner bowls this short and an easy single for Zampa. Works this through the covers for 1. Cameron Green on strike. It's now 9 off 34 balls now for Australia. So you think they should be home now. But as we know in the game of cricket, for as long as I've been watching the game, anything can happen. So nothing's certain, and nothing is certain until the last ball's been bowled. So a bit of drizzle. I hope that quicks up the pitch, puts a bit of moisture on the surface. Hopefully it makes it a bit easier for Australia. But Cameron Green, he's batted well. 88 off 91 balls here. We'll get to your comment in a minute. Gaming Crab as Santner bowls this ball to Green, and this is wide outside the off stump from Santner, and Green works it on the offside for an easy single. That's smart batting from Australia. Just easy singles now, nothing rash. Take it home, guide it home. And that's what Cameron Green's doing. He's got a few problems with cramp, but that's not deterring the young man. He's going about it nicely. Gaming Crab, you say the fact that the last 4 times Maxwell and Boult played against each other and Boult got him out all 4 times is scary to know for the rest of the series. Yeah, it is. Santner bowls to Zampa, and Zampa hits this to the boundary for 4. What a shot from Adam Zampa. Well, what a shot from Adam Zampa. Well, the rest of the team can't believe he played that shot. They're all laughing. They're just checking to see if it's either 4 or 6, but I believe the umpires are calling the covers onto the field, I believe, or they're just saying, well, let's just stay out here. Australia just need 4 runs to win. I don't think why you should be going off now. So Adam Zampa's hit that for a boundary. It is raining in Cairns. Now, this is where cricket does shoot itself in the foot. It's raining. Australia only need 4 runs to win. Do we really need to go off? I don't think we need to, because Australia just need 4 runs to win, but the umpires have called them off because of the rain. Oh, dear. Maybe. Oh, dear. Yeah, the underarm. Very, very dark day in Australian cricket history, that's for sure. 1981, MCG. And obviously, Han, I think you already saw the video when Nick and Gabe reacted to Richie Benner's rant. I was actually the one who suggested that to them to check it out. When I had Gabe on for that live stream a few weeks ago, I said, you should check out that rant, because that's the only time Richie Benner was displeasured about something in cricket, because you never saw that from Richie Benner. So while we've got a bit of a delay here with rain, we can just have a bit of a chat about cricket. Obviously, yeah, the underarm, yeah, not a good thing in the game of cricket, that's for sure, Han. And I don't think New Zealand would be resorting to that option now. So this is the thing with cricket here. This is the frustrating thing whenever there's rain around. But to be honest, it's not really raining that heavily. The covers are coming on, but I think the covers are coming off now. So the umpires called the ground staff onto the field, and now they're calling them off again. Well, in the end, Australia don't need many runs to win now. They're 8 for 229. We can easily finish off the game now and go home. So this is the thing about cricket where we just need to have common sense and say, is it safe for the players to continue or not? At the moment, it's light rain. The pass score for Australia, they need 216 if the game was to end now with the rain. They're well ahead of that on Duckworth-Lewis. They're 229, so they're well ahead of that pass score at this stage. So they have no problems of that. So we're back on the field after that short delay where the umpires called the covers on and called them off again. We've got 2 balls left this over. Excuse me. Han was saying, I was ranting about how Nick and Gay pronounce Benno. Yeah, I did see in the comments a lot of people did tell them how to pronounce Richie Benno. But it was an interesting video, it was, reacting to 2 rants, a cricket rant and a baseball rant. But personally, the Richie Benno one's my favourite. Probably at the end when he said good night. That's where I laughed. Richie Benno, always the professional as always. I have told them it is pronounced Benno for 2 years. Yeah, Richie Benno. Yeah, it's not that hard to pronounce, but obviously being from America, the pronunciations are quite hard for them to pronounce at times. Gaming Crab says, I think when there is no need for aggression, Maxwell should not play unnecessary shots. If he would have understood that from the start to play with common sense, he would have averaged over 42. Yeah, but I don't think that's in his nature, Gaming Crab. He's an aggressive player, Glenn Maxwell. He thinks differently to other batsmen. So, that's the way he plays. But he needs to be responsible at times. And, just bat with a bit more common sense. Satner bowls to Sampa, and Sampa works this through a backward point for 2. They're coming back for the quick single, and they'll get it. So 2 runs required for Australia to win after the rain delay. Han says, the baseball rant sure showed some insight into how Gabe's mind works. Yeah, it did. We've seen some classic rants from Gabe over the years, haven't we, Han? They're quite funny at times as well. I just can't stop laughing when Gabe's on one of those rants. Han, you say Maxwell plays like West Indies players, swing at everything no matter what. Yeah, he does. But if he was a bit more responsible, he would have been a better player for it. But he's been inconsistent throughout his whole career, Glenn. He's such a good player. He needs to realize that he can bat sensibly and he can be aggressive when he wants to, not be reckless. I think tonight with that shot, he could have been, a lot better in the batting tonight. As Satner bowls to Sampa. Sampa works this to long on for a single. Australia just need 1 run to win. Scores are tied. I don't think it's going to be a tie, but you never know. You never know. It could be a tie. Just like the World Cup semi-final between Australia and South Africa in 1999. What a game that was. But I don't think it will be a tie tonight. Gaming Crab says, to have 10 years of experience, I think a player can play by keeping their nature aside. Yeah, they can. Han says, you do need a big slogger, but they also need to know when they have to do their thing and when they have to calm it down if wickets have fallen for low runs. Yeah, exactly right, Han. It's all about batting smart and recognizing the game situation. And most players don't do that from time to time. Han, you say, Sampa would do a Lance Klusner here. Maybe. Ferguson bowls. It's down the leg side. That's the end of the game. Australia win by 2 wickets. And Ferguson conceded defeat. He bowled a wide down the leg side. Australia win by 2 wickets here in Cairns. And they lead 1-0 in the series. And you have to say, it's been a pretty interesting finish to the match. Well, congratulations to Australia. Quite happy that Australia have won. So in the end, Australia win by 2 wickets. They got the job done. Han, you say, I blame Gabe for New Zealand losing. He must have mushed them. Well, he's always mushing teams, isn't he, Han? For no apparent reason. And everyone says, don't mush our team, Gabe. Gaming Crab says, that common sense is exactly what Maxwell did against England in the third ODI when he played a slow 50 and then scored the rest of the 50 with quick fire. Yeah, he did. It's just about that consistency for Glenn Maxwell, really. But obviously tonight he'll probably learn from his innings today. But, well, Australia won by 2 wickets. And Alex Carey, Cameron Green, that partnership got Australia over the line. You have to say it was a good partnership. Very good partnership in the end to get the job done. So we just have a look at the presentations here. Obviously, the interviews. Alex Carey's been interviewed. Han, you say, do you think with New Zealand and Australia being so close geographically that they can do a home and away in a series? Well, yeah, with us being so close to New Zealand, I think we can do that. But we just don't play enough against them, really. You know, we should. We have done that before. We have done that on numerous occasions where Australia's played a series against New Zealand in Australia, Han, and then we've played in Australia, and then we've played in New Zealand a few months later, like in February or March or something like that. So we usually do that with New Zealand from time to time. Obviously, we're not going to do that this time around, obviously, because Australia have to go to India. And with the Future Tours program, I don't think Australia play an ODI series against New Zealand for quite some time, which is quite disappointing because it's always a good series between Australia and New Zealand. Look at this game tonight. You know, 2 wickets went down to the wire. Han says, I meant match 1 is in Australia. Oh, okay. You mean alternating between the 2? You could do that, but I think it will just take time. I think it will just take time and the players traveling, you know, from Australia to New Zealand. I don't think they'll do that, but you know, with the countries being so close together, I think you could do that, but I don't think they'll do that. So, yeah. Be interesting to see, but the bottom line is we don't play enough against New Zealand, and we should. You know, this ODI series in Australia, you know, we've played a handful of ODI series against New Zealand in Australia, and vice versa in New Zealand as well. We should play more against, New Zealand in the future. But I believe in this Future Tours program, I don't think we play against them again in an ODI series. I think this is the last time for a long time. So that's disappointing. Gaming Crab says, so is Adam Zampa the man of the match for the boundary? I don't think so, Han. I think it will be Cameron Green because he was not out. It's either Cameron Green or Alex Carey, but I think it's not Alex Carey, Cameron Green. He deserves it. You know, he deserved it. Han says New Zealand should always be involved before or after an Ashes for both of the Ashes teams. Yeah, they should. Usually when England tour usually when England tour Australia, they usually play against New Zealand soon after the Ashes. I remember in 2013-14 they did that, I think. And 2017-18 they did as well. So they always go to New Zealand afterwards because it's next to Australia, and obviously, well, we're here, we might as well go to New Zealand. So they didn't do that this time around, though, because they were playing the series, which they did early in the England summer. So, but, you know, New Zealand don't play enough cricket as it is, really. They usually play a lot of limited overs cricket because they don't make much money from Test cricket, unfortunately. But, you know, Australia and New Zealand, you know, it's a good rivalry. We should play more against them. But We don't. It's always a good rivalry. But I don't know. Obviously, cricket boards thinking about things, all that stuff. But yeah. Han says New Zealand should be in England before the next Ashes. Play a test or two versus England. Play maybe one after the Ashes versus Australia and England, and a tri-series in white ball. Yeah, that could be an idea, Han. Obviously, I know tri-series are coming back in the Future Tours program, are they? And obviously in Australia, we've had so many tri-series in the summers. I kind of missed that, really. I think if we had a tri-series, we should have had a tri-series basically against Zimbabwe and New Zealand. That would have been a good thing, I think. So then you're playing both teams. You don't have to play two separate series. And you could have a mini tri-series. I don't know why Cricket Australia didn't do that, because the tri-series has fallen out of favour. But in Australia for many summers, up until 2014-15, we always had a tri-series every now and again. It's always good to have a tri-series. And I think we should have had one against New Zealand and Zimbabwe. But yes, to say, Han, New Zealand versus Australia at Lords or the Oval would be a sellout. Yeah, it would be. It would be a sellout because they're two very good teams, and people like to watch Australia and New Zealand, two best teams of the world. And be interesting. I remember back in the 1800s, they had a tri-series of test matches, obviously between Australia, England, and South Africa back in the 1800s. Maybe we should have a tri-series of test matches again, maybe roll that out again. I don't think they will, but I think it was a good idea at the time, obviously, because Australia, South Africa, and England were only the three test playing nations at the time in the 1800s, before the West Indies and India came along, and then Pakistan much later. So maybe we should have that, maybe. But the tri-series is returning in this Future Tours program, obviously for certain countries. But we shall see how it goes in the future. But, I think they really should have played a tri-series against Australia, New Zealand, and Zimbabwe. I think that would have been a good option there. But they didn't go for that, Cricket Australia. They just said, well, we'll just have two series in Townsville and in Cairns, and we'll just have that. So, well, Aaron Finch is here for the match presentation, and he's having a chat. He's under pressure. Got out for 5 today. Aaron Finch, this series is important for him in terms of winning, back some respect and some form. Han, you say you could do Ireland versus New Zealand and the winner gets a test versus the Ashes winner. Yeah, you could. You could. I don't know. We need to find some ways to make cricket better, I think. Because at the moment, it's sort of going in a wrong direction, isn't it? The game. How can it get better? Definitely the international schedule can get better, because you're going to see players like Trent Boult retire or give up their contract. Ben Stokes give up a format. T20 leagues are the future. So the game's really at a crossroads at the moment. But, it's good to see some crowds attend these early games in Australia. It's quite early in the summer. It's spring. It's not summer yet. It's still football season. That's why we're not playing at the main grounds. That's why we're playing in Townsville and Cairns in Queensland. And obviously international matches were played in Cairns before. Obviously Sri Lanka and Bangladesh played some ODIs and some test matches at the ground. And also we played some games in the Northern Territory as well. And that was against Sri Lanka, so for a few test matches. So, but it's good that Cricket Australia are, getting the game across to regional areas and a good crowd in today here in Cairns. Kane Williamson having a chat. He'll be disappointed, Kane. New Zealand had a good opportunity to win this game today. Everyone in the chat, where did it go wrong for New Zealand? Where did it go wrong for them in this match? Says, a test versus England or Australia is a lovely carrot for New Zealand or Ireland. Ireland need to be involved and shadow every England series to help them grow. Yeah, they do. They just need to play more test matches, really, Han. Same with Zimbabwe and Afghanistan and Ireland. They just need to play more. The more they play, the more they will get better and improve. It's just like Zimbabwe playing against Australia in winning that last match. The more they play against the top-ranked teams, the more better they'll get, and the more improvement they'll make as a team and learn and develop. But that's not happening at the moment, and it should be happening. But it's not. The RCC are thinking about different things. Gaming Crab says, it's a pleasure joining you. Hope to be at the third ODI. Yes, thank you, Gaming Crab. You reminded me there. We won't be live streaming the second ODI. I'll be live streaming the third ODI of the second innings. So that will be on our YouTube channel with the timings. And obviously that game's on Sunday. So there's a quick turnaround between game 1 and game 2. Obviously it's the day break, and both teams come back on the Wednesday. On the Thursday, really. And then the next game's on Sunday. So there's quite a few days of rest in between games 2 and 3. Cameron Green's the man of the match for his 89 not out. Well deserved. Hans says Ireland are the only test team in England's region, so they need to tour at the same time as the warm-up match, as the warm-up for the home team versus England, even in Australia. Yeah, they do. But it's just about allowing them to play more cricket, Han. That's the thing, really. In terms of the Future Tours program, countries, the big three are playing a lot against each other. They're not playing against the other teams. That's where it needs to change, really, because I think it's just not right, really. Your main goal as the ICC and for cricket teams is to help promote the game and not think about yourselves. But every cricket board thinks about themselves and don't think about others. How are we going to grow and develop the game if we're not going to play against Ireland, Zimbabwe, or Afghanistan on a regular basis? They're not going to learn. They're going to keep playing against the same opposition, which is not going to help them develop and learn because they're similar level to them. Whereas Zimbabwe played against Australia, it tested them. They won the last game, and rightly deserved, because Australia batted poorly. It'll make them learn and get better. It's just a matter of getting those games. They should always be involved when a team tours England. They are literally closer to England than Sydney to Melbourne. Yeah, they should, but that's not happening. It's up to the administrators, I think, the ECB or Cricket Ireland or whatever, to have those discussions. But they should get those games in. Play against the counties maybe. Ireland play some county games like 4-day matches, tour matches against the counties. Maybe do that. Get more experience. I know it's not a test match, but it's still you're playing cricket, getting better, playing first-class cricket. Obviously, they do play first-class cricket in Ireland, so that's an interesting discussion there to have. But it's just the ICC just haven't got it right in terms of their priorities, I don't think. And that's the problem, really. They need to sort out the priorities, because if you don't sort out the priorities, then where the game's heading to, we need to sort them out, and we need to really have a good long look at ourselves and say, well, okay, what are our priorities? We need to do this, do that. And at the moment, they're not doing it. And that's very disappointing. Yes, Sehan, Australia would probably enjoy a warm-up match in Dublin as opposed to playing Derbyshire in a 4-day game. Yeah, probably. Even if they just tour Ireland, have a tour of Ireland as well. Don't have to be, you can have them as official test matches or just tour matches, play against them in that capacity. But that would be good for Australia to play in a different country in an Ashes tour, just for a change it up a bit. But, we always play against the counties in England, before an Ashes series. Even go back to 1948, the Invincibles, they played against all the counties, whereas you don't do that these days because of time constraints. But certainly back then you did. Yes, to say Ireland conditions, 100% the same as English conditions. Yeah, they would be. They would be the same, exactly the same. So why not go over to Ireland? Play a few games, help Ireland out, help grow the game in Ireland, and help develop the sport. That should be the primary. That should be the goal of all cricketing countries, but it's not. And it's so frustrating because it's, don't think about yourselves all the time. Think about others. You want the game to grow and develop. Well, we're not doing that at the moment because we're not giving these teams the opportunity to play against each other on a regular basis, and they should. Why not? Go and play in Ireland before an Ashes series for Australia. Will they do that? We'll find out next year when they go over there to play the Ashes. It'll be an interesting Ashes series. And hopefully can Australia break the drought and win their first Ashes series in Australia. Yes, to say Han, also seen as so many Aussies have Irish roots, you would think they would be pushing for it. Yeah, you would. But it comes down to the cricket boards. It comes down to administration. It comes down to all that stuff to organise these things, really. And think about the benefits. Australia get more experience playing a different team in Ireland. You also play in different, venues. You prepare. You have more practice games leading up to the first Ashes test. You would think they'll push for it, but they don't. That's the thing. It's just so frustrating with the ICC not thinking about the game first. And they should. That's their job. You're the governing body. Your job is to promote cricket, not argue all the time as you do at board meetings. And that's what they do. They just argue. And it's so frustrating as fans. Just sit down and have a constructive meeting. The Aussie team gets better beer there too. Yeah, well, I don't drink myself, but I would suppose they get some good beer over there in Ireland after a game or after a victory. That's usually the way in Australia. You usually have a drink after the game, which is one of the traditions after a day's play. Have a drink and sit down with the opposition, which is sadly gone from the game, unfortunately. Whereas back in the old days, you hear the old players like Sobers and Lilly talk about that a lot, having a drink with, Ian Chappell in particular, having a drink after the game, talking about cricket, talking about stuff, having a good time. You don't really do that. That's all right, Han. It's all right. At least you're keeping me company. We're having a good conversation here. No, you're not keeping me at all, mate. We're just having a good chat here. So, no, it's good. It's good. Obviously, it's good to chat to someone. But yeah, obviously, Han, what did you think about this game? Where did it go wrong for New Zealand? I could name a number of things for Australia. They bowled well. They kept New Zealand down in those first few overs. They took wickets when they needed to. And, New Zealand weren't able to get any momentum or anything in their innings, really. And that sort of backfired on New Zealand towards the back end of their overs. And Australia kept them to 232, which in the end was not enough. They won by 2 wickets, Australia. Cameron Green, Alex Carey, I thought they batted well in that partnership. Really got Australia back when Australia were 5 down for 44. You think most teams will not come back from that. But in one-day cricket, you can. And they did. And obviously, they were able to get the job done there. Good partnership. They really took that opportunity with both hands, Carey and Green. And I was very happy for them to see them do that today. The rest of the batting for Australia, still a bit of vulnerability there if the ball's moving around. The top order's not set. Aaron Finch is still out of form. He can't buy a run at the moment. The bowling for New Zealand was good. Trent Boult strike early, took 4 wickets in the match. And then it fell away from New Zealand after that with that partnership. They also had that drop catch with Boult, Carey, and obviously in Green. He dropped Cameron Green and he was able to get a few wickets after that. But in the end, it wasn't a pretty win from Australia, but it's a good win. Doesn't matter how much you win by. We get so carried away with, you got to win like this, or you got to win by this big margin. It doesn't matter. A win's a win. 2 wickets, you'll take that. And Australia will take it after they lost against Zimbabwe the last game. Han, you say New Zealand put up a T20 score in an ODI. That is what went wrong. Exactly right, Han. They batted so slowly. And the dot balls that's what came back to hurt New Zealand. I know they were watchful early on, but Australia bowled well. They kept the screws on, and they just let it just petered out, really. And that's the thing with New Zealand. They haven't won an ODI in Australia since 2009. That series they drew 2-2 in the best of 5, I think, in 2008-9. So New Zealand, they always have this expectation of winning in Australia, but they never deliver. They've won a test series in Australia. They won a test match in Australia back in the 80s, where Richard Hadley took those wickets at the Gabba, and Australia during the 80s weren't good. But in ODI cricket, T20s, they can't seem to break that mental barrier and get the job done. It was a good opportunity for them to win today. But you want to see them do well. But I think now for Australia, they have the momentum in this series. And it's good that Cameron Green is scoring runs. Alex Carey. The other batsmen are concerned. Marcus Stoinis. He's under pressure. Aaron Finch as well. So there's still a lot of work to do for Australia. They're not the finished article. Can they win the World Cup next year in India? I'm not sure about that. We have to see how they go. They've got a good team on paper, but in India, different conditions. We have to see how they go about things there. But it was an ugly win today, but you'll take that if you're Australia. To win by 2 wickets, to come back when you were 5 for 44 in 7.2 overs. That is a tremendous effort to come back and really do that. And for New Zealand, they'll be disappointed by today's result, but they'll be happy to get into this series. And I think playing the 3 games beforehand for Australia has really helped them. Whereas New Zealand were a bit rusty today. They played against the West Indies. They weren't convincing in that series at times, but they won that series 2-1. But they looked a bit rusty today, and hopefully this will serve them well for the next game. But definitely Australia on top. Cameron Green rightly deserved the Player of the Match award, 89 runs. I really do think he's going to score that first century. He came so close tonight. But the important thing for him is to learn a lot from this innings today. And I really like Cameron Green. I like what I'm seeing from him. He just adds so much. You got to have an important all-rounder in the side. It's like many of the game's great all-rounders. It's like Sobers and Botham and Imran Khan, Jack Cullis. He was more of a batting all-rounder than a bowler, but he's still pretty handy at both. It's very important to have that all-rounder in the side that can add a lot to the side. And that's what Cameron Green has done. He's good. He's a good bowler. He's got height. He's got pace. He's got bounce. He can bat like this. And I've seen it in domestic cricket. He can just take attacks down for fun when he's playing for WA. And hopefully he can do that more and more in international cricket. I did mention Alex Carey. I was a bit biased about Alex Carey because he's from South Australia. And I like to see some South Australian representation in the Australian side. Obviously, because most people in Australia say, well, most of the side's from New South Wales. And you're quite right about that, because New South Wales is one of the dominant cricket states in Australia, going way, way back in Australia's cricket history. They've won the most Sheffield Shields. They've produced many of Australia's great players. But he did well today, Alex Carey, 85 of 99 balls, striking at 85. And he's better batting down the order, not so much at number 4. I don't know why Australia batted him at number 4. He came in at number 6 today. He did his role. This is what he can do, Alex Carey. He can finish off games like this and rebuild an innings down the order when Australia's lost early wickets like they did today. And he did that so well. I like to see him bat down the order, not so much top of the order for Australia, because that's a bit too high for him. Apart from that, pretty happy if you're an Australian supporter. I know I'm happy with Australia winning. Obviously, it's a bit disappointing when they lost against Zimbabwe, but that happens. Upsets happen in the game. Let's talk about the bowling quickly. And the bowling was pretty good. The Australian bowlers bowled really well in the Zimbabwean series. They bowled well here. Glenn Maxwell took 4 for 52 from his 10. You think, geez, that's a bit odd, but he bowled pretty well. 3 wickets for Hazelwood, 3 for 31. A wicket each for Stark and Zampa, no wickets for Green and Stoinis. So the Australian bowlers bowled really well. It's just the New Zealand batsmen just batted slowly today. Didn't really get going at all and just lost wickets and momentum, and no one really got in and got set. Well, they did, but then they got out. They chewed up a lot of dot balls, and you can't do that in one-day cricket. You've got to be productive. You've got to look to rotate strike and do the basics well. And they didn't quite do that. So for New Zealand, they'll be disappointed with their effort today. They were 4 down for 179. So they had many wickets in hand. They could have got 250 plus, but it just fell away after that. And Australia won by 2 wickets. So good start to the series. Certainly it's going to be a lot more competitive than it was against Zimbabwe. Let's hope the pitch gets a bit better as the series progresses. I know a lot of people criticize the pitch in Townsville for being slow and not doing much. Very hard for batting. But hopefully the pitch in Cairns can quick it up a bit. It's not going to be like the Gabba, obviously, different conditions, obviously, in the north of Queensland. But I think the Australian camp will be pretty happy. They'll review the performance as they do, look at the areas to improve on and get better at. New Zealand will be disappointed. And it wasn't to be today for them. And a reminder, Australia won by 2 wickets. They lead the series 1-0. And I think they will just about do us for today. I'm quite exhausted. It's been a long innings. We've been streaming for over 4 hours. But it's been enjoyable. It's been fun. Thanks, everyone, for joining us. And I've noticed that we've gained a lot of subscribers. 378 subscribers now that we have. Thank you so much, everyone, for subscribing, supporting the podcast. I really appreciate the support from everyone. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it to get those amount of subscribers. And thanks, everyone, for enjoying the live stream today. Now, a reminder before we sign out today that the second game, we won't be live streaming that. So game number 2 of the series, which will be on Thursday. We won't be live streaming that today. We won't be live streaming the game on Thursday. I'll be streaming the game on Sunday. So game number 3, second innings. The timings for that will be on our YouTube channel. So make sure you click the bell so you don't miss out. And make sure you click the bell and subscribe and like the videos. We're posting episodes. We're going to have a big summer this summer in Australia. Support the channel. It really does help. Let's try and get to 1,000 runs in a year if we can. We're nearly there. We've gone past so many great cricketers' scores, 478 at the moment. So we've gone past many great cricketers' scores, and we would like to get to 1,000 if we can. But, it's great interacting with all you guys out there talking about cricket. That's why we love cricket. And, it's a great thing that I do, and it's one of my passions that I like to follow and do, obviously, cricket. So it's been great. Thanks, everyone, for joining us. Thanks for subscribing. Thanks for liking the stream, the videos, whatever. As I said, we'll be back for game number 3, second innings between Australia and New Zealand from Cairns. Can New Zealand fight back to level the series at 1-1? You think they can? They can come back, New Zealand. This will hurt tonight, as it does, but they gave it a good crack, and you expect that from New Zealand. They're a competitive side, and they're quite underrated in world cricket. So hopefully they can come back. For Australia, one more game, they win the series, and they'll be confident going into the last game of the series after that. But thank you, Han. Thank you. Appreciate that. A very good afternoon over there in the UK. Obviously, it's evening time here in Australia. Obviously, it's right about past 10 o'clock here. So thank you, Han. Hope you enjoyed the stream. It's great talking to you as always, Han, and hope to see you again in the future. Also, once again, thanks to everyone who's joined us today. Before we go, make sure you like, share, comment, and subscribe, and click the bell to get the latest episodes of the podcast. Be sure to like and share our Facebook page and follow us on Twitter and on Instagram. Also, the podcast is now available on Anchor, Spotify, and on Apple Podcasts. Until next time, keep safe and bye for now.